Hello, sisters. All right. So, we are starting the third section of the book. I have a kind of crazy idea. I don't know. Like, I I woke up many hours ago, so I should actually be kind of sleepy soon, but I don't care. I want to finish the third section of this book because I hate it and I want to finish it. I don't hate it. I don't have very positive feelings about this book, and I'd rather get it over with and start another book that I will like better. Okay. Mama. Here, Mama. I should have thought of this beforehand. 1 second. Here. It's your bed. Mama. Mama. Here. No, this way. Ugh, well, now she's like offended by it. Alright. So. Right. So let's kind of quickly talk about what happened in the last section. So I'm going to give like a very, very brief synopsis of the last section. So the Lesbian Avengers. Well, not even the Lesbian Avengers. From the Lesbian Avengers, we had Anna and Kelly. And they started working with these Las Buenas Amigas, which is like a Latina lesbian group in New York. And then also this African ancestry lesbian group, which I think were from Harlem. No, they were from Bronx. And yeah, they were trying to get attention to all of these like really homophobic Latino stations, and they were like, why don't you apply the same rules to them radio stations as you apply to the English media and whatever. So they did some stuff and whatever. One of the two co-leaders of the Las Buenas Amigas, Carmen, like had this weird obsession or was infatuated with or something with Anna, and it turned into this whole weird bizarre thing, and it culminated in they were writing, I don't know, like a speech or a press release or something. And the way Kelly describes it is like Kelly was in the bedroom where the computer was, and like all the other women were in the living room discussing it, and they would come to her and give her like a piece of paper and be like, add this, take this out, whatever. This is how to modify it. And they were doing it for many hours. And eventually at midnight, she was like, I need to go to sleep because I need to wake up early to go and print these. So she was like, I think we've done enough. All of the other women agreed they've done enough. All of the other women there were women of color. Kelly was the only white woman there. And all she did was like input the stuff in the computer. So she wasn't like deciding anything, right? Carmen, who was infatuated with Anna, who was Kelly's girlfriend, lost her mind. And like even the other women who were there were kind of like, what's happening? Like the way she describes it going down when Carmen started like screaming about how they're all racist, like she literally was like the black lesbians like had their mouths open and were like in shock about what is she talking about. Um and so from that, everybody decided that like all of the Avengers were very racist, like more than ever. And it had like a huge impact on the Lesbian Avengers. And basically they tried to start like their own lesbian Avengers, but like centering women of color. But that was what the city acts. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's not exactly like an amazing synopsis, but they started to try to be like we're doing something for women of color. Oh right, because after all this went down, Anna was like, I'm gonna go and hang out with like the lesbians of color that were involved, like just us, only the lesbians of color. And before Anna went to that, she had the like a kind of sense of like I don't like this segregationist thing. That's the word she used. Then Anna came back like many many hours later, and she was like, we drank and we ate food and we partied and we listened to music, and it was like she basically founded like a transformative experience. And so from that, they created this group that was like centering and focused on lesbians of color. And yeah, all of the women who were in City Acts went and resigned from the Lesbian Avengers to do their own thing. But basically, she kind of says it came to nothing. Um anyway, yeah. So basically there was like a kind of like very like internal huge change because of the whatever. Okay. So, this is where we're at. They started this group. The group basically disbanded or came to nothing or something like that. It's not very clear. And now they're also not in the Lesbian Avengers, and they took a bunch of the Lesbian Avengers with them when they left. So the Lesbian Avengers, I don't know. So this is the situation. Okay, chapter 22. Okay, the title of the video is wrong. Chapter 22. Melanie moved out, fleeing the former activist den, and we turned her bedroom into an office with a desk for each of us. I was done as an activist, I declared. Done as a poet. I didn't do another performance until long after we moved to Paris. My lofty thoughts were all about money. I decided to try my hand at the voodoo of fiction. Okay. Melanie was this lesbian. No, you didn't miss anything. I just like kind of briefly summarized part, like generally, not everything in detail. The last like section of the book. The book is in quarters. We're in section 3 now. Um so I just started reading. So Melanie moved out and of the house, Anna and Kelly's house. Yeah. Okay. She's done with being an activist. My lofty thoughts were all about money. I decided to try my hand at the voodoo of fiction. First, a screenplay set at the New York headquarters of a tobacco company with a cast of interracial queers solving a murder. See how easy it is to get along if you just know your lines? Next was a mystery set in Gertrude Stein's Paris called The Clever American. The sleuth was a Janet Flanner type journalist before I ever thought of being one. A dyke from Kentucky, less virtuous than anybody in my Benetton cast. I was sure it would be a gold mine. Amy's shelves were full of dyke mysteries. Somebody was writing them. Others were buying. Not at all like sonnets. I really churned it out, typing a couple thousand words a day on Anna's old PC, giving people their comeuppance, organizing a world that resisted order. I was avenging by proxy, now that I think of it. I envied Marlowe his fedora, the dirty glass in his drawer, wanted desperately to be him, taking a punch and still cracking wise through the city, though the city burned. In New York, like old LA, the fat cats were still obese. Cops rousted black and Latino kids who harassed each other, and any white dyke at hand. White, while ordinary people dig- stood on dignity they didn't have. Life was a morality play. All the old noirs said, "This is the rich guy's role. This belongs to the poor, or the white, or the black. Here's the tragic outsider." At night, we'd rent movies from Kim's Video with gangsters in black and white talking out the sides of their mouths, going soft on tough talking dames, and everybody ending up dead. On the way back and forth to the Catskills, we discussed the best ways to kill somebody. We were eating French fries on the road once, and when I fed Anna a sharp one, she nearly choked. "Perfect," I said. "You eat the evidence afterwards." Icicles seemed Icicles seemed clever, too. You stab somebody with it, the evidence melts, though you might leave traces of fiber if you were wearing gloves. I don't. This is very bizarre. Okay. Around then, I had an idea we should start doing the holidays with Anna's mother and middle brother, Carlos, an unknown, blustery man. Faustina was alone, after all, this older lady rattling around an empty apartment out there in Queens. She had nothing to look at but the car wash across Queens Boulevard and a White Castle. The trick, I figured, was to keep everybody's mouth so full they couldn't fight. For Thanksgiving, I made salmon and couscous and this enormous chocolate sesh sesh tort. For Christmas Eve, I did a cod dish of bacalao de la Vis- Vizcaína, I don't know, and snuck in Kentucky ham and made pecan pie with blackstrap molasses and Kentucky bourbon just to keep my equilibrium, so outnumbered by Cubans. In the spring, I drug Anna down south, aiming to show her where I was from. We broke the drive in Gettysburg, where farmers still dug up bones. In Louisville, we zipped past the little brick houses in the suburbs, the patches of grass, the highways dividing them all. I was an awful guide. There's the church, there's the school, there's the house I grew up in. Speed up for fuck's sake. Anna demanded I go to church, found the sanctuary full of light and oddly peaceful. Said my old high school looked like a jail. The big cinder blocks, the chain link fence. We got out of the car and we walked through the sports field around it. One for practicing field hockey. Watch for the crawdad holes, the creeks back there. Another for football. I used to sit there, watch the sunset, and pray. I could hardly remember what for. My mother, probably. My angry sisters. My dad had hardly figured in, usually working out of town. Them I admitted from the tour. For their own good, really. If they were mean to Anna, sneered at her accent or beige skin, if they turned up their noses at our relationships, I would have had to kill them. Downtown, the guidebook directed us to a building with a cast iron facade like in New York. Artists were taking over old factories. We went to the mountains afterwards, lifting up our middling eyes to the sky. Went to a national park with my family that my family used to visit as a kid. We saw the blooming dogwoods, cinder-blocked houses built by the Army Corps of Engineers, big muddy scars from strip mining, and played chicken with fat coal trucks on the road. Sinking Spring Farm, where Abraham Lincoln was born, smelled cool and minerally and as familiar as the dust in my grandmother's attic. I was moved and tried to cover it with jokes. Asked Anna to take a picture of me in front of the log cabin replica. I'll tell him I was born here. That way everybody up in New York imagines, or sorry, that's what everybody up in New York imagines anyway. But I forgot to take my shoes off, and when I had my fill of the accents and the dry counties and Taco Bell, we bolted straight east coast 2 or 3 states until we got to the ocean, and ended up in the strip of North Carolina sand that has since been eaten away by the rising seas. Okay, Ella. You literally just have to do what it tells you. Like it'll keep pestering you to do certain things. Um, yeah. I'll talk to you. Okay. It was that June, I think, that Anna pestered her mom until she agreed to walk with P Flag in the gay pride parade. Really? That's wow. Okay. Since the last we heard about her mom, this is like a huge turn of events, honestly. It's the least you can do. I'm too old. I don't care. Faustina probably would have refused if she didn't spend so much on us. She began the morning sullen as a teenager, but was reassured when she saw the other parents look like ordinary heterosexual people. When we started walking and the crowd cheered to see anybody's parents out there in support, I swear I saw a tear in Faustina's eye. She wiped it away quickly, but it was there. It was a kind of landmark, as big for her as Ellen's bigging out a few sorry, bleh, as big for her as Ellen's coming out a few months earlier in April 97. Okay, now we know what fucking year we're in for once. Amazing. So, this is the June of 97. Anna and I watched at Crazy Nannies. When the bumbling character of Ellen Morgan managed to declare, "I'm gay," over the airport's loudspeaker, we all cheered, white, black, and Latina alike. And when the ultra famous Oprah Winfrey, playing Ellen's shrink, said, "Good for you, you're gay," the whole house came down. It was like we finally gotten our green cards, been admitted to the union, even if only until the next commercial break. Lesbian chic was long gone, along with the lesbian Avengers and Act Up, which had lost its urgency since protease inhibitors started saving lives the year before. Around then was also when Clinton had caved to the right and signed the Defense of Marriage Act. He was up for re election and had to buy a few votes after the mudslinging of Whitewater and the earlier fiasco of healthcare reform. It worked, feeding us to the howling Christian right, feeding hate. He got a second term. On August 9th, 1997, Haitian immigrant Abner Luima was picked up by cops after a fight outside a club in Brooklyn. He got smacked around in the cop car, inside the precinct, drugged to the bathroom, and raped with the handle of a toilet plunger while the cops shouted the usual slurs, plus, "This is Giuliani time, not Dinkins time." He started hemorrhaging in the holding cell, his intestines all ripped up, and barely got to the hospital in time. His face was on the newsstand for weeks, the half closed eyes and swollen lips, the hospital gown. When the blue wall of silence went up, thousands of protesters took to the streets, waving Haitian flags and plungers and calling the NYPD just another version of Haiti's brutal Tonton Macoutes. But then the crowd started to chant, sodomites, etc., like an anti gay lynch mob, which it would have been in Haiti. Nobody's moral ground is as high as you'd wish. A year later, in June 1998, three white guys in Texas grabbed a middle aged black man walking home from a party. They wrapped a logging chain around his ankles and dragged him behind their pickup, hooting and hollering with joy, with every bump, every scream. James Byrd Jr. finally died when a culvert sliced off his right arm and head. They dumped his torso in front of an African American cemetery. In October, two white guys picked up a young gay student in a bar in Laramie, Wyoming, beat the faggot to a pulp, and tied him to a fence like a dead coyote or bloody Christ. Matthew Shepard was awake too, conscious of his own slow death while his attackers went looking for more fun, tried to beat up a couple of Hispanic guys, but got a taste of their own medicine, and one ended up in the hospital himself, where he was arrested. That image of a thin, white gay kid tied to a fence and left for dead finally woke queers up again, and we remembered the street. Anna and I ventured to the center when a couple of people put out a call for action, a political funeral. It was one of the first times that the rabble was roused by email instead of mobilizing phone trees or wheat pasting. We expected a couple of hundred protesters, got 5,000 confronting hate in the vulnerable flesh. There were almost as many cops as demonstrators. It was a mess. Police trying to barricade the way. Protesters trying to go around. I was carrying a kind of symbolic coffin with a bunch of kids from the Hetrick Martin Institute for Queer Youth when the police blocked the street and the sidewalk too. One officer went nuts and I almost got guillotined when he shoved the 2x4 and barbed wire against my neck. Thank God none of the kids let go. After that, cops on horseback charged the crowd. I got smashed up against a car by a fat haunch. Most people ran away, but pretty soon some started running back towards the police, throwing the pathetic candles we'd meant to light for Matthew Shepard. Bystanders got arrested, along with all the marshals. It was the lead story in every rag the next day. Even El Diario called up Anna for info, her number still on speed dial from the Avengers days, the hate radio fiasco, good for something. El Diario, they listed it as one of like the publications that was, I'm pretty sure in the last section, that was like overtly homophobic and one of the things they wanted to address, but they focused on radio instead. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. You can go back and double check yourself. Okay. Yeah, okay. In every article, at least one participant hailed the protest as the beginning of a new LGBT movement, as if it was just one death, one demo. I was torn by what happened, excited at how people had come out, a real mixed crowd in terms of races and ages, but furious at the organizers. At least some of the mess was our fault. I wrote a long letter trying to assess everything that had gone wrong from the minute the first meeting was called, rounding up all the usual suspects, white, and omitting the rest to casual attitude toward marshalling. To the casual attitude toward marshalling. No training sessions, no scoping out either the beginning or ending sites just to make sure they could accommodate a large crowd, just relying on experience. And probably my rage was all out of proportion. But I finally understood why Sarah Schulman blew her top at me at the UN action when I hadn't done nearly enough prep. So much could go wrong. People could have been hurt. Somebody could have been killed. We'd acted like amateurs. Which I suppose we were, because we'd sacrificed a lot and didn't get paid. But to be no, but to be so nonchalant, calling people into the streets to play a revolution. When we were talking, when we were talking on a state that doesn't want to be re-engineered, not by you, not by anybody. The race stuff got me especially. When we'd gone to the center for the organizing meeting, there were almost all white faces, maybe a third of them former Avengers. And while you couldn't worry about who your friends are, what does it cost you, really, to look around and see who's missing? Reach out beyond the magic circle. Especially in the case of Matthew Shepard, when the connections were so clear with James Byrd and Abner Luima, and the rise of violence and beatings and deaths. Bigots hated us all bigots hated us in our very bodies, wanted not just to kill, but to obliterate us all. Sometimes I'd look over at Anna and wonder why. I'd caress the soft curve of her neck, her cheek, press my face against the tender flesh of her belly, which I love, along with her strong, small, delicate hands that somehow manage to capture octaves on the piano. Her taut, narrow neck, her eyebrows that always remained black, the gray-green eyes that even strangers fall in love with, her skin the color of Earl Grey with milk until she's been in the sun, and then it turns to toast. Her bones, her nerves, those ears she thinks protrude. Yes, I love her body, every cell of it. That you would like to destroy. I was remorseful after reading the strident, chiding letter, even if even if I wasn't wrong. Fuck me and the high horse I rode in on. Better something than nothing. Maybe. I resolved again to retire from activism. I was too burnt out, too sensitive, too shrill. Let me work on my life in print. One good thing, though, that came out of the demo was that Anna got a tearful call from her mother, who had been following the story, gone to the march herself, and taken another step towards understanding what she'd done to Anna in Cuba. Um, okay, at the end of that chapter. I don't know. I mean, the first and second sections of the book. So we just read the first chapter of part 3 of the book. It feels very like, I don't know if it's supposed to be like cyclical or what, but I really feel like we're kind of going in circles because she's being like, this is why I was like into activism and like I didn't really know what I was doing. And then she's like, look, I knew what I was doing and I had confidence and everything was good. And then she's like, no, look, I did these things because I didn't know what I was doing. But then I got confidence and hope and I did more things. Like it's like, I don't know. Very chaotic. Your fans are here. Say hello. Meow. She's like, what do you want from me? Okay. Alrighty. We got offered a free apartment for a couple of months in Puerto Rico, packed our bags, and fled in America that let black men and queers die in the streets while they discussed the really important things, like strains on a blue dress and blowjobs in the Oval Office. Oh, sorry, stains on a blue dress. Yeah, okay. The taxi driver who took us to the airport in New York was an old Puerto Rican guy with salsa on the radio, a crucifix, and a limp PR flag on the dash. When he found out we spoke Spanish, he slammed the latest referendum on statehood along with everybody who bothered to cast a ballot. Quote, all the votes get used as toilet paper, because the place is a US colony, and only the feds can make it a state, or anything else for that matter, since they snatched the island in 1898, the Spanish American War, End quote. When we got to San Juan, it seemed the same driver waited for us, with salsa on the radio, curses for the referendum, and a battered flag. Like only independ- independentistas drove cabs, or we hadn't really gone anywhere. I was still an Anglo surrounded by Latinos, beginning to grapple with my role in the world. Did I participate? Resist? What did it mean to be an American? Oh, yeah, okay. So this is called like the laboratory of identity or something. What is it called? A laboratory of identity. So I guess this chapter was just setting the scene for, like, she's even more whatever, depressed or hopeless or alienated from activism or whatever than ever before. And I guess this now is going to be her existential identity, whatever's. Okay. I looked for signs and saw them literally on billboards painted that pale swimming pool American green, in the streets filled with Fords and Chevys, in rusts seeping from every building on Condado Avenue, iron railings dripping onto the cement plastering below. The rebar of skyscrapers, still under construction with American dollars, trailed a lovely brownish red onto their foundation. Even new cars grew a crop of Coruscant in the arc over their tires or around the doors, as if the very land rebelled against the colonizing presence. The apartment itself was a history lesson. Just down from the Walgreens and sandwiched between a Haitian trinket art gallery and a condominia, the white gay American owner, he decorated it in a squalid fantasia of early Spanish Inquisition and late American, complete with sharp black metal spikes, carved virgins, dripping red and black candles, crucifixes, and a fuzzy green lazy boy. So they went to Puerto Rico. Okay, but maybe do you have notifications on your phone turned on for YouTube? Um, what are the chances that a lesbian couple moves to Puerto Rico and from America and their neighbor is like an American gay guy? Okay. The couch was a stained brown velvet. The red shag carpet under it had roaches, sand, and rot. We scrubbed a lot and went to the beach, where I got to know the sand, surf, and the angry volcanic rocks called dientes de perro, dog's teeth, that rip the crap out of your feet. Though the sea was a refuge, indifferent to everything, I threw myself in. We fell into a routine. In the morning, Anna sent her translations using the miracle of email. I wrote poems and took notes for articles I was sure to sell. During the day, we walked on the beach. I observed everything. The air thick with salt and the scent of ravenous plants. Bats dive bombed our heads after dark. I had nightmares in that strange bed, surrounded by papier mâché mangoes and pineapples from the Haitian trinket shop. Creatures crept from the roof through the open door crack. A woman floated through the grill above the air conditioner. A lost blonde tennis racket, sorry, a lost blonde, tennis racketed American who disappeared when I screamed, then came back, retreating again when Anna woke to save me. She was my alter ego, the gringa, what people always thought Americans were. The old Spanish city was full of narrow climbing streets, cats, old colonial buildings that were built with a mix of local woods that resisted insects and rots, and nearly eternal stone. The Plaza de Armas was decorated for Christmas and featured the city's other giant Walgreens, along with Americans disgorged from big cruise ships. I stared at them too, to see what we shared as they wandered up and down looking for tax-free bathing suits in the Speedo outlet store or shorts at Banana Republic, cigars, rum, postcards, cheap traditional shirts embroidered with parrots. In a greasy spoon off the Plaza de Colon, we ran into some Hoosiers who had stopped to eat across from a statue of Columbus. The TV was turned to CNN and announced that the United States was bombing Iraq again. A fat man in an NYPD t-shirt slapped his palm on the shoulder about time while his wife scratched swollen red mosquito bites on her white legs. During a brief update on the Clinton impeachment trial, but before the TV went black to the Puerto Rican variety show, the tourists ordered fish with big sides of french fries, which they washed down with jumbo cokes and Coors, just like at home. More than once, we saw a whole horde of red-faced, white tennis-shoed, screaming Americans descend on a local pizzeria with an outdoor terrace that the local intelligentsia used as a cafe. It was interesting how the waiter would cram them inside in a far corner, containing their screaming for ketchups and Coca-Cola. The regulars didn't even look around, refusing to hear or see them, continuing with their conversations about something at the university or a book they'd read, while inside the Americans honked at each other over their air conditioning and cokes and sloppy fries. Nobody was shooting up a Capitol building like Lolito Lebron or even eating fire, but erasing the Yanks was a form of Puerto Rican resistance. There was also this bagel place that sold quote unquote cappuccino for almost $4 that would give you the same thing for two if you asked in Spanish for café con leche. I wondered if these were the small non-violent victories of passive resistance or the mass delusion of colonial subjects. Even the Puerto Rican media put the United States in its place. Venezuela got more airtime than Kenneth Starr and his Vendetta. The TV ran a whole uninterrupted speech by Hugo Chavez, who'd beaten the elite for the first time in decades. The guy could talk without notes for an hour, had so much promise, even if it turned sour later. Successive failures are par for the course with young democracies. His voice seemed loud in Puerto Rico compared to its muted sound in the States. Now and then we'd break our routine with car trips across the island, or or a visit to something like the Christmas festival or the Bacardi Artisan Fair. They had pina coladas and cod fritters, roughly stitched leather hats, and photos of smiling patriot Albizu Campos before Americans drug him to jail. We were roasted and drenched a couple of times before a handful of musicians crept on stage for the finals of the Decimas competition. They had guitars, four stringed cuatros and guiros, gourds ribbed like washboards. Once the musicians had scooted their chairs into a comfortable arrangement, the competition's rules were explained. It amounted to this: the singers had to quickly improvise what amounted to a Patracan sonnet to a familiar tune, um, that using as a chorus line that the judges gave them on a scrap of paper just seconds before the first chord was struck. Points were knocked off for faulty rhyme schemes, meter, meaning, diction, intonation, lengthy intervals between verses, and whatever else the judges thought of. The first few singers were amazing, but unsurprising. The guy that won, Victor Manuel Reyes, pushed things a lot, at least formally. He was a thin young man with a baseball cap jammed on backwards. He nailed every rhyme and arrived at the chorus with flair. While the band picked a quick interlude, while the band played a quick interlude, young Reyes stalked the second verse. It was after it was another crucial moment. Even a mediocre poet could manage one good verse, but the second was key. Beyond the rhyme scheme and chorus, there was a development and meaning. The best singers to that point had developed their thoughts like saltwater taffy, pulling meaning both toward and away from the repeated chorus like masters of the villanelle. The audience was shocked when the iconoclast Reyes seemed to ignore his first verse, going in a different direction entirely. We held our breath. The structures began unraveling. He didn't end thoughts on the end of the proper lines. The rhymes jarred, but the final chorus, in a dangerous straining leap, pulled it all together. I couldn't say exactly how. The audience found itself both dazzled and uneasy. In the space of 3 or 4 singers, we had grown used to conventions. Reyes had wrenched them to the breaking point. The judges, after much murmuring, gave him the top prize for it. I actually love that. There's this oh my god, what's his name? Haas. There's this composer. I think his name is like Ernest or Ulrich Haas. He's German. And he writes this music, like quartet music. First of all, you have to memorize everything because it's meant to be played in pitch black, so you can't look at your music. There's no time signature, there's no meter, there's no key. It's like really like avant-garde stuff. So I went to a premiere of his ninth quartet at a new music festival in 2016 no, in 2017, and it's like you're in a music festival, you hear the normal quartets, right? Or conventional music. Then these people come on stage and they warn you like we're about to turn off the lights. If you don't want to be in here, like leave. Then they turn off the lights. You can hear the breathing of the people around you, right? You can hear the music on the stage when it starts. It's very quiet. It's very like ambient. And he plays with the overtone series, so he'll have like two people playing the same note, but he'll like write that one of them should be getting like slightly. So like if this is like one note and this is another note, they'll be playing like in the middle. They'll be playing like here instead of here or here. I don't know. And like you just like you feel like it's like this growing tension, and you can hear the people around you breathing. They're breathing faster and they're getting anxious. Um, I don't know. I totally get what she means. It's intense. I can't imagine how much more intense it would be if the people are um uh improvising. Okay. So I guess she's trying to make some kind of an analogy about resistance or something. Okay. Yeah, here we go. I thought it was a good omen. How a radical act was rewarded, even if it was just symbolic. It takes more guts than you think to break conventions, like bursting into the middle of a power breakfast. We're here, we're queer, we're not going skiing. That was like quite early on. Like I would say in the first 2 years of the Lesbian Avengers. Yeah. And Puerto Rico was a conventional, even traditional place, which meant Anna stuck out with her short red hair and light eyes, her dyke her dykeliness, in a place where most women still wore long hair, either the original brown or bleach blonde. Even the taxi drivers challenged her. You're from Cuba? Really? I never would have guessed. Well, if I only said a few words or none at all, they'd assumed I was Puerto Rican, with my brown hair grown out, brown eyes, my adequate Spanish. Before I left, I got in an argument with a girl at a dyke bar who asked where I was from. So they had dyke bars in fucking Puerto Rico, or actually, isn't Puerto Rico fairly large in population? Never mind. I'm just like, why does everybody else have them but me? Okay. Good for them, honestly. Okay, so they went to this dyke bar. She had blue eyes, naturally blonde curly hair, and should have been open minded. But when I said I came from the United States, she repeated, "But you're Puerto Rican, right?" And I said, "No, I'm from Kentucky. But you speak Spanish. I learned it in school." A few years before, I might have tried to pass, but not anymore. I had decided to be what I was, an American, a dyke American from Louisville, whatever that meant. I told her the girl that Kentucky wasn't very different from Puerto Rico. Sorry, I told the girl that Kentucky wasn't very different from Puerto Rico. When Anna and I had taken the road trip across the island, we'd seen the same cinder block houses on muddy hills as in Appalachia, the same trucks barreling down mountains, though carrying pineapples instead of coal. The nostalgic Decimas spoke always of exile and home like bluegrass. We even shared the legacy of slavery. There was that time at the Plaza de Armas when we saw a bunch of women in Scarlett O'Hara hooped dresses that I suppose dated from Spanish colonial times, when corkscrew curls were burned into quote unquote white ladies' hair by slaves. And my God, how the mostly beige people there treated black Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. And everything was just as McDonaldized, so there was nothing good for visitors to eat. Calderon de la Barca was right. With a few little adjustments, we could swap places easy. La vida es sueño. Life is a dream. On the way back, at the San Juan airport, I spoke Spanish with an accent like it was a little too Castilian, and the easygoing immigration officer who had joked with all the other passengers as he peeked at the driver's licenses demanded to know where I was from. I said Kentucky, which seemed like a lie if I spoke Spanish, so he actually demanded a passport. I had a couple of bad moments before I found the thing. He examined it for a long time with narrow eyes before declaring me an American and letting me get on the plane to the gray, forbidding city of New York, where nothing had changed either, not even for us. Anna retreated to her desk, where she'd surf for hours and days at a time. At 1 or 2 or 3 a.m., I'd bitch to her to come to bed, and she would, all red eyed. On February 4th, 1999, just a few weeks after we got home, Amadou Diallo, a 23-year-old Guinean American, got gunned down in the Bronx by four members of Giuliani's street crimes unit. They fired 41 rounds, mistaking a wallet for a gun. 41 rounds. Four of them. So they each shot 10 fucking rounds? Jesus Christ. That's insane. For one dude? The fuck? Okay. Um, they fired 41 rounds, mistaking a wallet for a gun. Anna and I went to a demo with buttons and t shirts that made it clear we were dykes. We got a few curious looks, one or two hostile ones. Either because we were pale for the crowd or because we were homos. It didn't matter. We were all in it together. We blew our whistles, waved our signs declaring NYC cops give pigs a bad name. With an illustration. It was a nice pig, pink and snuffly. I drew it myself. I don't know any of this stuff. I was born in 1996, so I was like 3 when this happened. And obviously, you're not discussing, like, current politics with like a 5, 6, 7 year old. Like, the first, like, I also don't even remember 9/11. The first, like, political stuff I remember was, I think, when Bush got reelected the second time. Because I remember people talking about, like, how did that happen? Like, we hated him. How did it happen again? That's the first, like, but also, wait, was that before 2001, actually? I don't fucking know. But yeah, all this stuff is before my time, is what I'm saying. All right. Okay, that's the end of the chapter. Okay. Chapter 24. Let me get a drink of water first. Mama, you need to pick me up today. How you doing? Alrighty. Chapter 24. Fast forward a little. It's 11:58:25 p.m., December 31st, 1999. Anna's off at a party. I'm home restless with a Y2K bug that has nothing to do with computers. I quickly make the gesture of mopping the apartment, then throw the dirty water out the front window at exactly midnight to rid the house of all the last year's residual spiritual and physical crap. It's a bru- brujeria thing. I don't quite believe, but why not? It's an annual reminder that some things end, others begin. Might as well let go and hope for the best. It's less trouble than shaving your head anyway. The water splatters on the fire escape, then the sidewalk. Somebody below screams. I didn't hit them, but in New York, everybody screams at midnight on New Year's Eve. Cars honk their horns. Illegal fireworks shoot up from rooftops. Afterwards, I take some aspirin and tidy up the bubble wrap from my new enormous pink iMac that looks more like an alien space invader than a computer. It was an extravagance, bought when we got paid for the translating typesetting gig Kathy Chang sent our way. I plugged the pink, bubble headed thing into the wall jack and followed instructions, setting up my own email and everything. Or trying to. Anna came home and put me to bed with a raging fever. I was beginning the new millennium with the flu. To be companionable, she caught it too. Even sick, Anna crawled her way to her computer and slumped in front of it, following all the stories about that skinny little boy pulled wide eye from the ocean in November, then tossed right in the Miami shark tank. His father in Cuba demanded his lawful return. His Miami relatives refused to give him up in the name of democracy and freedom and the right to denounce that tyrant Castro and wax lyrical about that tyrant Batista. Too bad about the peasants starving on the side of the road. Too bad about the dissidents screaming in the police station or rotting in a ditch. Anna simmered and steamed as photographers shot the kid on the jungle gym in a leather jacket and shades. He was following in the thug uncle's footsteps like a baby Patty Hearst. Poor kid, she'd say about Eliane. What assholes, she'd say about the cubes burning tires again in Miami. They're making Castro look good. She'd follow me into the kitchen where I was mincing garlic and tell me that, above all, she felt sorry for the father whose only crime was wanting his child back and wanting, too, to stay in the country of his birth. Didn't that ring a bell? Anna asked, still coughing up a lung. Wasn't he the same as a Native American parent whose kid was snatched up and trapped in a right thinking English speaking and snatched and trapped in a right thinking English speaking white Christ worshipping orphanage? Or like a dyke who lost her child because of who she was? Okay, but is that Anna's situation? Did she lose her child because of who she was? Like, it's very unclear. Like, they date for like a year or two while they have separate apartments. Or like Anna has her house and um Kelly's in this Avenue B loft. Then, out of nowhere, she's like, "Oh yeah, her son moved out." Who the fuck is her son? What was their relate? We don't know anything about them at all. Like, I get it, maybe it's personal, but I feel like you could have at least been like, "Oh yeah, she has a son." Anyway, the son moved out. What was my point though? But yeah, then it just said the son moved out, and after that, Kelly moved in. It didn't like correlate those events with each other. It just was kind of like once he was gone, she was like free to be there. And now it's like, or like a dyke who lost her child because of who she was. Did she lose her son because of who she was? It's very unclear to me. Um, yeah. Yeah, I heard about it all, in triplicate, until that day I stared at the screen of the monstrous pink iMac and the solution became self-evident. Pure Hollywood, really. Like a backyard musical that Julie Garden could have starred in with Mickey Rooney. Come on, guys, let's put on a magazine. Once I'd asked Anna what she'd do if she won the lottery. Buy out Murdoch. As a little girl, she dreamed of battered beige raincoats and fedoras, filling stories on the wire. After the revolution and during the Project El Puente, she was a cub reporter at a daily newspaper. In the Avengers, when she couldn't get press coverage, she helped start Dyke TV. But when she couldn't stop blabbing about Eliane and the lack of rational Cuban voices, I knew what I had to do. I roped in my friend Amy, who was working at an internet startup, and she bought me a book on HTML and walked me through a basic design. A couple of weeks later, on February 6, 2000, we brought out our first issue of The Gully online magazine. It was so immediate. We wrote an article, or edited it, slapped it into code that looked like garbage scrolling across the page, but when you opened it in Netscape or Explorer, it looked as real as anybody else's site. And anybody anywhere with an internet connection could read it. Free. No more of the begging and pleading I'd seen from the Avengers Ministry of Propaganda. Oh, please write an article. Run this press release. Pay attention to my dyke point of view. The best thing was that every reader was a link away from activism. Click here for more information. Click here to get involved. Where do you live? Here's the number for your rep or senator, or local troublemakers. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of sick of this book. But we're like on page 147 and it ends on like page 135. So like this is what we've read. This is what we have left. We're like 2/3 of the way through. Okay. As Sue Friedrich would tell me later, nobody really quits being a lesbian Avenger. It's a habit, an automatic function, and our first readers came from an email list of activists we knew. But I also submitted articles to search engines and sites here and there that did roundups of news. It felt like dropping pamphlets from a plane, or panning for gold. Every now and then we'd hit pay dirt when Yahoo News or Mother Jones Online listed an article, sandwiching it between tidbits of the Christian Science Monitor and the Miami Herald. We'd suddenly get hundreds of thousands of hits, and I'd do a little butt wagging happy dance, sent even if half sent hate mail, especially about the Cuban stuff. And because it wasn't only paper and ink that were gone, but the traditional distance, their complaints didn't go to a secretary in an office somewhere, but directly into the vile pink monster. I'd approach it warily, take a couple of deep breaths, fortify myself with coffee, because checking my email was like having a community board meeting for the rainbow curriculum suddenly appear in our apartment with all of the bigots shouting, "You commie faggots should get your repulsive asses to Cuba if you love it so much. I hope you all die of AIDS." Weirdly, they'd toss in a few heartfelt pleas to understand the Cuban American community that was so easy to bash, and then start again hating on the fucking faggots and our miserable homo flesh. I begged Anna to shut them up, come out as Cuban, play the jail card, but she refused to claim that authority. Quote, "It will mean you, as a Kentucky girl, have nothing valuable to say about Cuba, and Cubans have nothing valuable to say about the rest of the world. So their vomit kept, end quote. So their vomit kept pouring into my computer." It wasn't all bad, that closeness. When we covered Puerto Rican activists trying to get the US Navy to quit bombing their island of Vieques, a gay man with a guest house a few minutes from the range got in touch and contributed a couple of stories. Anna swapped emails with journalists in Namibia who were trying to keep their newspaper alive, under pressure to quit writing about government issues, which included attacks on queers. They seemed to like us. They seemed a lot like us, modest but determined, flying by the seat of their pants. In 2002, a guy wrote us from Venezuela to say that a coup was going on there, largely backed by by US interests. Could you please cover it? With his help, we ended up publishing a story before the New York Times. Now, he'd be using Twitter or posting on his own blog or Facebook. But then, small as we were, it was often just us looking so far outwards and welcoming people in. We made a new kind of community online, defined partly by identity and issues, but above all, a certain rebellion against meanness, stupidity, and hate. We took things personally, wrote so immediately about our new friends that many readers decided we were neighbors, and once we had the Spanish language section going, we'd get these letters from Guatemala or Mexico wanting advice on local gay stuff. In truth, problems weren't much different from place to place, especially when it came to queers. Time itself seemed to stick and repeat, like Gertrude Stein or Mozart or mountain ranges. History, like nature, wasn't based on arcs but fractals. When Namibia's Sam Nujoma declared homos quote unquote un African and unnatural, European, and a national threat to independence, he was just repeating variations of the theme begun by the Cuban government in the 1960s and 70s that used to accuse people like Jose Mario, like Ana, of perverting the revolution, being a foreign influence. They goaded citizens to violence, sent us fleeing in droves. This time, though, it was harder to isolate us, squash the facts. The internet gave new people access to that rusty old battleground, the media. I named our zine The Gully because water can carve a mark in the landscape drip by drip if it persisted long enough. The first tagline was, quote, "Digested news, raw opinion from the queer edge of America," end quote, which I shortened pretty quickly to, quote, "Digested news, raw opinion, queer edge," end quote. We ended up a couple of years later with, quote unquote, queer views on everything, refusing to fill a tiny niche or restrict ourselves. The world was large. I designed the gully as a major daily, inserting us everywhere. My ambition was in the nav bar itself. Gay Mundo, Asia, Americas, Africa, Europe, race and class, and art. For a while, the US coverage was submerged in the Americas. I put my country back in its place, at least until Bush came. I connected the dots, seeded the quote unquote mainstream channel pages like Africa with tons of queer stories and links from places like Behind the Mask, a gay African website. Then I'd stuff the Gay Mundo page with stories about free speech or the right to assemble that affected LGBT activists all over the world. I'd use an article on Taiwan, which was having elections after a long dictatorship, to throw Cuban issues into relief. Like how do you forge a democracy with a colonial giant, China, breathing down your neck? How do you build a viable economy when you're so small? Where did queers fit into the national picture? Taiwan also had its own racial and ethnic minorities as indigenous people that were overrun by colonizers that were in turn colonized, like in the Caribbean. It wasn't just the West guilty of an ugly colonial past. The gully was like the backside of a tapestry, where all of the threads of human striving were tangled up and knotted together, returning the world to its unity, pissing everyone off. Straight readers, subscribed after reading an article on police brutality, would flee after seeing the word gay. A gay webmaster in Kentucky refused to list the gully because it used the word queer. Didn't I know it was offensive? And there was the time I was at a party telling some dyke art dealer about the magazine when her face got all contorted with disgust. What do you mean, gay points of view? There's no such thing. She stormed off, raging that sexual orientation meant nothing beyond who you went to bed with. She was right, in a way. In fact, that was the whole conundrum of identity politics. There was no single gay point of view. Like skin color or gender or any of those arbitrary, sometimes artificial differences, sexual orientation didn't make us all the same. I think it's pretty offensive to compare race, gender, sexual orientation to each like okay, whatever. But it did affect us. It had to. Being pointed south while everybody else was pointing north. Being a cuckoo in heterosexual nests. Maybe it was even our contribution to society, that difference. Our lives making the radical point. Things don't have to be the way they are. I also did what I preached and looked to see who was missing. We featured writers of color or interviewed international LGBT activists. I'd put their photos up or some video, and there'd be an Argentinian transgender woman online for maybe the first time ever. We'd feature Guatemalan dykes holding kiss-ins and black South African lesbians marching against violence. Straight Taiwanese women were getting their riot on. An Arme- an Iranian dyke resist sorry, an Iranian dyke risked her life to express herself in a blog post. No single group could ever plant a flag in that word, freedom. Okay, I get that she's trying to be poetic and whatever, but this freedom thing that she keeps coming back to do with the first time she was called racist is like kind of seems petty to me. Also, she's like an Argentinian transgender woman. Like again, I don't know if it's like she was very dyke focused, but like, in like her whatever many years of activism, she had some interactions with trans people. Like it's not like, that seems like quite to be expected on some level, right? But I don't know. Like a friend of mine who claims to have known her, I think she really over exaggerated how much she knew her. Was totally like, yeah, she's like a feminist activist. Like, you can talk to her. I'm like, this book reads like she sims for the TRAs. So, okay. When St. Patty's Day rolled around again, okay, for those of you who haven't been here before, well, probably the 11 of you who are here were here before. But it's like a yearly thing. The St. Patrick's Day parade in New York City. The author has a Twitter. Like, I don't know. I think gender is artificial, but I think it's artificial in the same way that she means that word. You know what I'm saying? She has a Twitter. Is it all queer shit? Let's check it out. Kelly Cogswell. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. Clearly, she's been through like a lot of shit with her activism and it took like a toll on her and blah blah blah. But I don't know how you can say you care about lesbians. Yeah, I'm on the Twitter now, thank you. You care about lesbians and you want to support them and all this shit and not be vocally speaking about like the cotton stealing situation, especially in France. She lives in France, right? Yeah, she lives in Paris. Especially in Paris, like the situation for lesbians in France is like so bad. She is followed by like a fuck ton of my friends, so maybe she is like a turf, but she's just quiet about it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying not to like be too judgy about her, but like also I judge everyone when I read their books. Like, and this is like her life story and her opinions, so it's like hard not to judge, like to make some kind of like conclusion. Maple's gonna do some digging. Thank you, Maple. All right, I need to find something to put my feet on. I don't know what's going on. I feel uncomfortable. Give me a second. For all I know, she's like a major turf, and she just wrote the book this way because she thought if she didn't, nobody would read it, or it would like negatively affect the surviving Avengers or something like that. Like we don't know the situation, but all right. I'd probably like want to read her Substack actually now. And also, like she referenced, I think one or two chapters ago, she was like, she has retweeted a tweet that seems pro J.K. Rowling. Okay, so hopefully she's a turf then. Okay, moving forward, I'm going to assume she's a turf. Thank you very much. I think last time I tried to look her up, I couldn't find her. I don't know. I think when did this book come out? 2014. So I think she must have understood the political climate and what she had to do to get people to read it. Like maybe for her, this is like a soft push, to make queer activists see how influential women were and how much work they put in, or something like that. Or to see that like things that are women centered can be good, or something like that. I mean, I don't know what her goal was with this book, but um I don't know. Maybe she is a turf. Maybe she's one of those turfs who sims for Tim's. Who knows? Okay. Right. Okay. So the St. Patty's Day parade. Maybe I should reach out to her. All right. Okay. When St. Patty's Day rolled around, I interviewed Anne McGuire at the Mission Cafe on 2nd Avenue. I'd run into her in the street, pretended everything was back to normal post Avengers, and it mostly was. It had been 10 years since ILGO had begun the struggle to march in the damn parade. ILGO is the Irish lesbian and gay organization, and Anne McGuire is. Was it usually Anne and Katie? There's like these two lesbians who are always. Whenever there's like this ILGO stuff going on, these two lesbians are involved. Oh, right, because when did Mishfest shut down? I see. So you're saying that this was like published. This was like written and published like right before Mishfest, so right before she peaked. That's unfortunate, man. All right. Okay. 10 years since we got clobbered with Dinkins. We talked about immigration, how it made some people more conservative, like the Hibernians who clung to the past. Hibernians who clung to the past. My bad. I don't know why I tried to make it Spanish. How others embraced the chance to reinvent themselves and became radical forces. Thinking about it now, I realize just how the Avengers began. As a kind of radical immigrant project. Anne and Marie from Ireland, Anna from Cuba via France. Anne Tedeschi's mom was French, her father Haitian. Maxine Wolfe and Sarah Schulman were children and grandchildren to the Jewish diaspora. Even most of the other American Avengers were far from their homes in Idaho, Alaska, Kentucky, all of us trying to claim a place in our own country. Be citizens, though I didn't grasp the whole word yet. For a while, the internet seemed to offer us endless possibilities to participate. But not long after we published, quote, South Africa, apartheid military forces forced gay troops into sex change operations, end quote, I turned on my computer and found a scary email from a cabal of Canadian lawyers. They were suing the Gully and everyone involved with it for defaming the respected doctor Aubrey Levin, formerly Colonel Levin of South Africa, who'd reportedly performed forced sex changes on queers in the apartheid army. Better a female than a fag. A gay group had published a huge scholarly report on it, in which he admitted the hell of a lot of ugly things. Afterwards, articles appeared in big publications like the Daily Mail and the Guardian. At least until Levin got busy with his lawsuits, and all the South African and British rags pulled their stuff. No, I know Ghost. I don't think that she I know. Like, also, one of the really strange things to me about this book is she never once mentions radical feminism. And there's no way that, like, a ton of the women in the Lesbian Avengers weren't radical feminist at all. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I get what you're saying. I'm just, I feel to me like it has to do more with, like, what she chose to put in the book. Ghost, when did you peak? Like, what year? And how about you, Maple? When did you peak? Okay. Sorry. The First Amendment gives U.S. journalists more protection, so his lawyers were going to be just blowing smoke at us, hoping we'd get scared and cave. But the Gully ended up having the last article standing. It was weird how quickly the story disappeared from the web. That last chance for justice. It was the first hint I had of some limits to the web. Lawyers could force journalists to yank stories, even if they believed they were true. Writers could change their minds and delete pages themselves, pretending they'd never said or done that, calling into question the legitimacy of bloggers who were beginning to be called citizen journalists. We'd even find governments could filter, block, just pull the plug. And not just the ones you'd think. I've never heard of this magazine before. Have any of you heard of The Gully before? Oh, Mishfest. Mm. Yeah, it took me like a few months to like peak, but even after I peak, it took me like 2 years to like accept that trans is bullshit, and that means I like it's not gonna help me with anything, you know? Okay. Crash Chaos Cats. Yes. Maple says I was always turf curious and thought it sucked that Mishfest was shut down. I remember reading Crash Chaos Cats talk about it. Yes, like from the Tumblr days, right? Alrighty. Nope to what? You're both saying nope, nope. What is that? Okay. I'm gonna keep reading. Chapter 25. We are on page 161. We've only read 20 pages and it's been an hour. So if I wanted to get all the way to the end of the section, it would take 2 more hours. We'll see. I'm just gonna keep reading until I decide I'm too tired to read more. And then I'll read more tomorrow. Oh, you haven't heard of the magazine? Okay, I think I'm pretty tired. Okay. I'm not trying to like diss it or something. Just, I was wondering. Alright. Much of that was later. Why did she write the book this way? Why? It's like it's frustrating because it's clear that she's trying to tell like one narrative, right? It's like I've read books that are incomprehensible, but it's like they're meant to be incomprehensible, right? Not like this, where it's like a story of someone's life that you're supposed to understand how she got to where she got or whatever, right? And and then I've read like a fuck ton of fantasy or like fiction. Well, a lot of it was fantasy, but a fuck ton of fiction. And I don't know. Also, Gines. I wanted to focus specifically on nonfiction so that I would like actually fucking read it, and also because it's like constructive consciousness raising and blah blah blah. However, I was thinking, what if I read some lesbian fiction on here and I wouldn't do like reactions, like I would just read it. Like I'm like 100% sure that these authors are not going to come after me and copyright strike me. There's no audiobooks of their books. Like you look at Goodreads at how many ratings their books have, and it's like they have 10 ratings. Like these are not big popular books. People are going to be mad that I'm putting them on YouTube. Like, what do you guys think of that? I don't know. Like this book has been actually recommended to me by so many people. It's not that obscure, like at all. But you probably can get this at your local library, maybe even. But I don't know. It's not that long. It's less than 200 pages. And like I assume there is like, a murder mystery and romance and shit, you know. Maybe I'll start that tomorrow. Although I have been very strict with myself. Don't start new books on the channel till you finish the last book. So we will see. But okay. I'd listen to you like an audiobook. That's why, okay, this book I'm not doing like an audiobook because it's contemporary. So for one, I don't want to get a copyright strike. So the way to avoid that is that if you are like platforming copyright material, as long as you're commenting on it, that thing doesn't count. But also, just like it's not the same as the other books that it's like obscure and hard to find. Like this is very very easy to find. You enjoy my commentary even if you don't enjoy the book. Wow. That's what is your picture? What's the green thing in the back? Is it just a background or is it like a tree or is it like I don't know. Okay. Let's keep reading. Finishing books is always better. Yeah. I mean, look, we're so close to the end. Let's just power through it. Okay. Oh, it's upside down. All right. Oh yeah, much of that was later. Why can't you write your story like a normal fucking person? Okay. Also though, like, okay, so many people have been telling me for years you need to write a book, and I'm like, one, what the fuck should I write? I know people think I have like good opinions, but like actually putting it in a book, like you need like a structure, a reason, like a beginning, a middle, and an end, or something. I don't know what the fuck I would do in a book, but also like I feel like I'm being so harsh to her, and I'm like, I know if I publish a book, like somebody could like be really harsh to me, and it would all be like accurate and justified. Yes. Maple says, so wait, was she saying gay people were being forced to get sex changes? Like even more extreme than what Iran's doing? Yeah. To me, it's crazy that she can talk about this in the same book where she is like, um, if I write a book, I definitely would want to write it with detransitioned women. Like I know a couple of them who would like contribute or be editors or like maybe we could collaborate and do like a 3-person edited book or something or like something, I don't know. Yeah, where's that thing about the okay, I'm gonna post it on Getter or something anyway. Maybe she took writing advice from Quentin Tarantino. Well, also, I don't know. She said that she writes fiction and poetry. So maybe, like, she was trying to force herself to write outside the genre that she's comfortable with. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Maybe I'll like post it on one of my like socks on Twitter and like add her. Okay. Like be like a quote from her book. Okay. Okay. But yeah, so the apartheid army in Africa, they were like, we don't want any homos, so we'll force them to be women. Like Iran and Pakistan and whoever else is doing that now. Okay. Okay. We're making pretty good time. What, like 3 chapters in 1 hour? Much of that was later. At the end of June 2000, we were just waving farewell to Elian, the kid we'd followed as closely as OJ and his bloody glove, Clinton in that damn blue dress. In April, there'd been a big raid to get him out of the relative's house and reunited with his dad. Photographers emerged with the snap of an INS stormtrooper yanking open a closet to find a man holding a wide-eyed, terrified Elian. Miami Cubans played it up like it was another Waco, and it wasn't pretty, but it was right. The law held up, which is nice if you care about things like that, and I was beginning to. I thought I might need it myself someday, believed law was the glue that kept all the 50 states from flying apart. It wouldn't be long until it was tested again in the 2000s election. I wouldn't watch the campaign, their smug faces. Clinton's uptight Ivy League Vice President Albert Gore, who pandered to the most extreme of the Miami Cubans and got photographed in front of a stained glass window of stained glass windows every chance he got. George W. Bush, the silver-spooned, down-home Ivy League kid of the ex-president, who himself had prayed away an addiction to alcohol and would open the door even further than Gore to gay-bashing, woman-hating Christian fundamentalists. Oh yeah, because wasn't Gore for Don't Ask, Don't Tell, right? Okay. Half the people we knew said there was no difference at all between the two corporate sellouts. Their man was Saint Nader, the Ivy League independent, consumer advocate, and environmentalist who called on the anti-globalization movement as his own higher power. 8 months after the Battle of Seattle nearly paralyzed the big meeting of the WTO. What the fuck is the Battle of Seattle? WTO. And who's the WTO? Something to do with presidents and political parties, I guess. Okay. I'd watch Seattle with mixed feelings. Do you applaud them or kick them in the nuts, these guys who looked so middle class and white, who seemed to think it was enough to slap a bandana over their faces and wear t-shirts of that fag-bashing middle-class bastard Che. Oh, and raise the solidarity fist in the air before the baton came down. I'd made the gesture myself in the Avengers. You can see it in the documentary, my hand bunched in the air. If you watch carefully, I give a sideways glance, wondering if I'm ridiculous because I'm borrowing somebody else's pose. Hadn't figured out what mine should be, though I was making progress. I don't know. Like, in the last 10 chapters, the identity politics with race specifically has gotten like very identity politics. I don't know, World Trade Organization. Thank you very much, possible person. I really appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense then. Okay. So it's basically kind of like when they have the G7 and everybody loses their shit. So if they're having some big thing like that, everybody in this people will okay, yeah. All right. Also, I had no idea that I don't know any much about Che Guevara, honestly. I just know that people wear shirts with his face on it and they think he's like a rebel and all this. She says that Che Guevara was a fag-bashing, middle-class bastard. Interesting. All right. I wondered if the Seattle protesters would ever get beyond it. Maybe look around the room and see who wasn't there, which is like a reference to like earlier when she would go to Avengers meetings and be like, "Oh wait, all the white women are here. Where are the black women?" Or like when they would do actions later on after the Avengers had been disbanded. Che Guevara was a misogynist piece of shit. Unsurprising. A man in the military. I would be like floored if he wasn't misogynistic, but thank you for letting me know. I assume it's quite overt. Okay, where are we now? Right. Okay. Envision something more radical than their mantra, local, which seemed to translate into women from Appalachia to Ecuador, trapped weaving baskets and stitching quilts and popping babies while the world went by and menfolk served as enforcers. What about girls who wanted to learn about computers? What about the urban poor? What about queer homeless kids? What about me? When we wrote about the police brutality and race, I'd started to look closer at my own life. I realized I overemphasized the whole Hickster farmer's daughter thing ever since college, when all that stuff about cultivating your mother's gardens was pushed so hard it made the whole impoverished rural thing seem more authentic than my life growing up on the margins of suburbia, not just praying in the football fields, but hanging out occasionally at the mall where I'd get followed around by security because I looked too poor, too alone. My dykeliness was showing. Too smart and sullen, they said, for a job at Mickey D's. Dude, literally anybody can work at Mickey D's. Okay. But this is the thing. I guess I don't know how she decided this as a writer. So she's now saying in this part of like at this point in the book, I'm thinking about class, right? That's what she's just said. Why is it that for like the last two-thirds of the book, we didn't hear much about class at all? Like very, very few. Or it would be like a sentence here and there. It wouldn't tie into her conclusions of stuff. Okay. Time is it? Okay. There was the time I was out with my sister Kim and her boyfriend, and the cops put on their big flashing light and pulled us over because the car was a beater, the tape deck blasting Kiss, and the boy's hair too long. He got frisked by the pigs. We didn't tell my mother. It was so white trash. Later, it helped me imagine what black kids went through. My humiliation squared, along with the anger and fear. Education could give you a step up, but not much more, unless you acquired that veneer of entitlement, that gloss. Nothing was separate, class or race, gender, sexual identity, even place. And when it came to social policy, the Nader campaign pretty much ignored all of that. When the Gully insisted that all these things were related, you should have seen the screaming all caps emails including, quote, nothing is as important as class, end quote, nothing is as important as the environment, end quote, even to mention such differences is an attack on a more egalitarian, colorblind world, end quote. There was a contest of oppression, and they used every old lefty excuse in the book to silence people of color and women and queers. They hated the gully, wanted to reach across cyberspace, rip our hearts out. They imagined we were the forces of evil. I suppose that was progress, having the power to incite such fury with each article we published, declaring that class was intertwined with other issues. I wonder who they thought we were. Probably not these two dykes, one white, one Latina, sitting in the East Village all alone in front of their computers. So I love this. There was a contest of oppression, and they used every old lefty excuse in the book to silence people of color and women and queers. You look at the oh hey Brioni. Brioni? Okay, Brioni, you have to tell me what is the origin of your name? Like maybe not like your name, but Brioni. What is that? Is that Irish or something? Tell me. I need to know. Momo was so peaceful. She's like asleep, man. Oh no, now she's awake. Momo, how are you? Yeah. So she's like, they used every trick in the book to silence women, queers, and people of color, right? And I'm like, that's what they still do, except they've rebranded it so well that when you see, you know, Aside from Laverne Cox and Janet Mock, oh, and the rapist who was at the Women's March, every other high profile, powerful Tim is a white man. Okay? When you actually look at the queer community and you see whose voices are being listened to, who's being silenced, who is there resources for, who is there not resources for, it's very, very clear that this is the current situation. Okay. I mean, you don't have to tell me, Brioni. I was just wondering. It's like a cool name. Okay. When I'd stumbled out into the street, I was as insignificant and inoffensive as ever, awkward in the air. I'd go to the 14th Street Y, enter the locker room, and the aging ladies would scream, a man, this is the women's locker room. And I'd shrink and sigh and say, I know this is the women's, and let them mutter among themselves until they figured it out. I'd do laundry at that place on Fifth Avenue and 2nd Street, where you had to fight for a dryer with the little rich kids taking over the neighborhood. They came in and out between errands, trusting nobody would steal their stuff, while the old timers sat around watching their machines and complaining about their diabetes in raspy voices, like my aunts and uncles back home. They were too fat or too skinny. They downed sweet tea and soda pop and smoked. I drank Diet Orange Crush and ate Cheetos where Anna couldn't see me. If I wasn't careful, I'd smear neon orange from my fingers onto the clothes. This was real life, wasn't it? Offline. It was the place I felt attacked when George W. Bush seemed to squeak past Gore in the November elections, and my lefty pals lit up the bulletin boards with a surge of posts hating on those inbred hillbilly morons from the red states, even if they'd wasted their own votes on Nader or shared real estate with the likes of Cardinal O'Connor or Mary Cummings. How do I know the name Mary Cummings? Oh yeah, the commies. Like, okay, yeah. So I know some women who are really into like communism, um, or who used to be into like anarchist stuff and whatever. And literally, like, Marx talks about like the original unit of oppression and exploitation is like the mother and the family, right? He literally fucking talks. I haven't read Marx. I've read quotes and stuff and I've read that. So they're literally like denying their own fucking, I don't know, position. It's ridiculous. And like I have some friends who are TERFs who like tried to go to like commie groups at universities and actually like ask them like, don't you agree, like, with your analysis, like with this and this and this? And they'll be like, yeah, I agree with this and this, but not the like not sex, not gender. Like that's all woke identity politics. Yeah, it's pretty fucking ridiculous. All right. Some even mentioned Kentucky. People whose names I recognized and I thought knew me from the Avengers or Ilgo. Who knew where I was from? And for that matter, where a bell hooks came from. I wanted to explode, got enraged again, seethed. I can call myself a stupid hick if I want to, but not you, you snide fucking fucker. Maybe it's your arrogance, like Gore's, that lost you the working class, and what's left of rural America. I felt more and more alien. Only Anna, maybe, was from a nearby planet. Like, the commies I've seen are like the Tumblrite types who are like really not commies at all, obviously, because Tumblr is bullshit, like in every way. But and I've seen them being like, like they'll have like one post that's all like, fuck like capitalism and like exploitation, like nobody should have a job. And then the next post will be like, yay, prostitution, like they should have unions and stuff. Like, if you are like a genuine communist, aren't you like anti-union? Because that actually is just like making like exploitation more palatable. I don't know. Like they'll be like one thing is about like, oh, capitalism is bad. The next thing, oh yeah, surrogacy, pay women to rent out their bodies. That's fine. Like, I don't know. It's ridiculous. Okay. Apostle person says pop communists enrage me, devoid of intellectual rigor. I was a pop communist for like a hot sec there. Like a really hot sec, like a few months. Thank God I think I was still a teenager, so there's an excuse. Alright. Meanwhile, in Florida, Secretary of State Katherine Harris was busy using Democratic ballots to wipe her Republican ass. And probably Puerto Rican cab drivers made jokes that Jimmy Carter should be down there instead of wherever, overseeing the election. And the same Cuban Americans who said they wanted Elian to grow up in a glorious democracy held violent demos attacking the recount. Poor George W. Bush retreated to his ranch and, suffering greatly from the stress, appeared in photos with enormous swelling boils on his face under the big cowboy hat. And Gore, with his fleshy red face, just smirked and shrugged and let things take their course. Anna was online 24/7, only making brief forays to her own gym where nobody shouted at her to get out of the women's locker room, but did sometimes ask her, as a short, brownish woman, for fresh towels. I wrote sneering articles, but stuffed a lot. I'm sorry, but suffered a lot. I felt like our democracy was at stake, the rule of law, that web that had a harsh beauty to it, and was tested but held when Elian had returned to his father. No matter what, he was Cuban, or his opponents had powerful friends. The law was the law. Even imperfect, it held the promise of justice. It fed us all lines as activists, offered ways to settle differences, be together. The law? I don't really get what she's trying to say here. Oh my god, Mabel says I've been called classist by rich white commie dudes for suggesting paying impoverished women for sex is beneath human dignity. So they're like, if I want to exploit a woman, she should appreciate it, but if anybody wants to exploit me, they're evil. Male entitlement is a hell of a fucking drug, man. The number of young, self proclaimed socialists I've known who spend all of their money on clothes, restaurants, etc., and then claim poverty because they're broke at the end of the month. Ugh. Because they're Johns. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. They're just fucking men doing men bullshit, regardless of their like ideologies, like for justice or like a better world or whatever the fuck. Their better world always includes their justice always includes fucking over women. Don't fucking trust them. Okay. You could almost see it rip as the Florida election was rushed to the US Supreme Court and they decided it was more important to hand over power on schedule than to respect each American voice. Nobody remembers now just how it was, but that was the real moment the country shifted, weakening the ground on which the two towers stood, making their fall more awful, paving the way for Bush to ignore even international treaties, dash off into Iraq after imaginary foes. Everything was set up like dominoes, and the last nudge was the certification of the vote in Congress, when not one single senator out of the hundred stood up to protest the widespread fraud and the disenfranchisement of black voters. As Clinton's vice president, Al Gore was still presiding. He could have acted to slow things down, but he just grinned and shrugged at the protesting. Representative Jesse Jackson Jr., quote, at the protesting Rep. Jesse Jackson Jr., quote, the chair thanks the gentleman from Illinois, but hey, end quote. Let's just get this thing over with, as if the consequences of racism didn't poison us all. Okay. The Gully stepped up efforts, offering resources for activists and encouraging people to get involved, write emails and letters, hold demos protesting the election, and help people network. When I posted a link to the Lesbian Avengers handbook, some helpful soul wrote in to say that he was sure our hearts were in the right place and all, but probably some people will be put off by the source, and maybe it would be better if we found one that was, more mainstream. And I responded that I thought it would do Hetz good to know who their allies were. We were in this together, like a bad marriage. I don't know about this. Like she's kind of saying like, yeah, the lesbians are like here, they're on your side, like to protect the straights or some shit. I don't know. I mean, I guess she's talking more like about democracy in America, but that's not how the end of the paragraph sounded. A possible person says oppression equals my own inconveniences to men. Yeah, totally. Like literally, you see these men on the internet who are like whining because their wife, you know, wife has a job, they have kids, and they're like, my wife won't like, give me a blowjob every night. And when I wake up in the morning, she won't cook breakfast for me. And it's like, a man is supposed to have these things, like the way I grew up, my dad had these things, and blah blah. And it's like, literally, it's like it's an inconvenience to you that this woman is not servile 1000% of the time, and they're like, this is why like we need act. It's like fucking ridiculous. Okay. The gully stepped up efforts, offering resources. Wait, no, we just read this. Oh yeah, okay, here we are. And there was a small protest movement, mostly online, though thousands got on buses and turned up at Bush's inaugural, where network TV carefully framed them out of the picture like they didn't exist. Luckily, there was alternative media sites that posted photos and showed videos. Every week, hundreds of oral majority activists denounced Bush from the sidelines of some Republican events. Planes with banners questioning Bush's victory flew over opening day baseball at Cincinnati Synergy Field and circled Churchill Downs during the Kentucky Derby. But we didn't push back hard enough to count. And the mainstream media, those protectors of democracy, characterized us all as loud-mouthed freaks. I like how she's actually like into alt media here and recognizing that like it's kind of weird though because she's like the legal institution should protect me, but the media institution is fucking me over. And she's like, look how like class and race and exploitation are all connected, and she can't see how like patriarchal law and patriarchal media are all connected and it's all the same thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. Not to be like hypercritical, but you know me. I'm like hypercritical of everything. Okay, let's keep going. Right. Silence, apparently, was for the good of the country. When the Supreme Court ended the Florida recount, the big dogs of the New York Times and the network TV hysterically howled that anything short of public unity would end with heads in baskets and mobs at the palace gates. Not to mention the ejection of reporters from the inner circle of the irritable White House. When Bastille Day came, celebrating the bloody end of kings, Anna and I threw a party with lots of red wine and Bush's head in a basket. The day after, the New York Times very nearly acknowledged that the election was a fraud. The Florida votes the Florida vote was dirty. So Gore should have had the state and the election. But as Bush's spokesman, Ari Fleischer said, quote, the nation, the president, and all of the most partisan Americans have moved on. End quote. Sorry, all but the most partisan Americans have moved on. Okay. Nobody wondered what a scam like that would give birth to. Maybe a president who thought he was above the law, whether it came to environmental treaties or launching wars. Maybe a timid opposition so demoralizing they'd cave in to his every high-handed demand. Mm. Most disgusting possible person. People are assholes. And also dumb. And also narcissists. And full of themselves. No, don't be sorry for the rant. This is a place you can rant. It's too hard to look at the prices. Yeah, spoken like a penny pincher. For fuck's sake. Like, if you actually don't have money, you need to, like, what the fuck? Yeah. Well, I agree that everybody is not paid enough, but it's like not the same fucking thing, is it? That's very dumb. I don't know. Okay. Ugh, I keep flipping the book upside down. Over. Okay. I started hanging out in front of the laundry, even when I didn't have any. I'd met Al Baltrop, this black gay guy, who'd sit in a chair in front with this incredible walking stick by his side. He dressed in a mix of Africana and black exploitation gear, knuckle dusters on his hands, a camera usually stuffed into his bag. He was a photographer and a dirty dog. He'd freak out the skinny white and Asian women by folding their clothes by loudly declaring that what he liked were fat boys with some meat on their bones. Something to hang on to. Make a meal. Quote, I don't understand skinny. All that bone. You can hurt yourself. End quote, he cackled. I nodded my head, playing the role of choir. Uh-huh, exactly. Preach on. He'd show pictures of how fat he was before chemo. Look at me now. Terrible. He reminded me of home, for better or worse. His mother was from the South, like a lot of black New Yorkers, serving up Southern fried homophobia along with biscuits with sausage and gravy. Fried ham, pie, my god, pie, pecan pie, with molasses. We'd grown at the thought. He'd learned to cook from the woman at her church. That was before she'd kicked him out and ripped up his photos when she found out he was a fag. He'd had some good shots, too, of the Black Panthers in New York. Later, he caught all these beautiful men, living and dead, against the backdrop of the piers. I posted some in the gully along with an interview. He was our biggest fan. Thought if it was cool that you didn't have to rely on galleries and museums or newspapers anymore. They never supported people like us until we were dead. And I'd tell him about the stuff we wrote about Namibia or Zimbabwe, where Mugabe sponsored ferocious anti-gay campaigns and burned his opponents alive. I'd gripe, quote, at least people are fighting back, resisting, end quote. And Al would tell me what was going on in the neighborhood. This little girl on the street was going to be a dyke. How he told her parents to lay off when they tried to force her into dresses and bows. There was another kid, a boy, thrown out by his West Indian preacher father. Al let him sleep on his floor a couple of nights. Quote, I make it clear there'll be no favor exchanges, so he feels safe, end quote. We talked about whether or not the down low was just a sexy term for the closet. Al thought it was. I invited him over for dinner once, made jambalaya with big fat shrimp and the tastiest pie. Anna's mom, Faustina, came over too, and her eyes got all wide at his stories. I sent them both home with leftovers and woke up in the middle of the night, puking my guts out, terrified I'd poisoned them both. The guy with cancer, the old lady. And then Anna woke up, and I had her call and check they were both alive, and order them, if they were, to toss out the stew. Al thought it was hilarious. Told everybody at the laundromat I made a killer jambalaya. 99, and we're at 69. Okay, 30 more pages. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna get a juice box. What the fuck are they? I have like a constant urge to go to the corner store and buy Coke because it's like very close. And because I fucking love Coke. And so I have bought myself apple juice boxes in an attempt to not go buy Coke whenever I feel an urge for something sugary. I don't know. It's definitely cheaper. It's definitely less caffeine. I wonder if Dragon's still here. At the very beginning of the stream, she said she was resting her eyes. So is she like asleep and listening to us? All right. It woke me up, a man's voice from the building behind us, screaming, Holy shit, holy shit. A minute later, a woman echoed, "Holy shit!" before giggling hysterically. We thought it was the usual New York farce until we turned on the TV and saw flames coming out of the top of one of the twin towers. It seemed like a movie, and any second they were going to switch back to the news, and Alan Havesi's fleshy red face, and Mark Green's swarmy one, or the earnest flip-flopper Fernando Ferrer and the mayoral primary. Except then the second plane hit. Anna threw on some clothes, grabbed a notebook, and dashed downtown to cover the story for the gully. I went up on the roof with all my neighbors and just stared downtown. The sky was blue, like the one Icarus fell out of it, that Bruegel painting. Sunny and blue, there were ragged, plane-shaped gashes in both towers, with smoke trailing from them. Everybody had cameras. I reminded myself I was a journalist and went back down to get my own. When the first one collapsed, it seemed to come down slowly, almost gracefully. Shiny things flew into the air. Karen from next door screamed a little self-consciously. Neighbors asked each other how many were inside. Somebody asked me where Anna was. Down there, I said, getting the story. A couple of minutes later, the other tower went down. Karen screamed some more, then stopped when we were ignoring her. I took more pictures that I didn't develop for months. I stood there for a long time until I had to pee, then stayed in the apartment and stayed watching it replay in slow motion. It seemed hours before Anna came back, covered in ashes and dust, and we churned out some of the first stories. I kept my distance from the word terrorism. Though the attacks were meant to inspire fear, like a series of gay bashings or pogroms, it felt like a natural disaster, or earthquake, maybe an industrial accident. Anna and I had just been down there 2 days before, walking along the East River towards the tip of Manhattan, accompanied by the smell of muddy water and burnt sugar. We passed the enormous feet of the Williamsburg Bridge, the Manhattan, the Brooklyn. There were old Latino men with their lines in the water, then Asian ones with their styrofoam coolers and poles. The sidewalks around Fulton Street Fish Market were slippery and rank. We cut in, heard the big vents of the towers as they breathed in and out. Geopolitics wasn't enough to explain the two plumes of smoke, all the dead, what came after. Later, I tried to write a poem comparing it to a fire that started at a garbage heap in Centralia, Pennsylvania, quote, that dove underground and found the seam of coal and burned still, bucking highways, gulping down towns, gathering violence to itself, because the only art of fire is to burn, end quote. For those of you who don't know anything about Centralia, it's really cool. I think it was in the 50s or the 60s in Centralia, Pennsylvania. There was like a coal mine and it caught fire. I don't remember how, but basically, it's literally burning today. It's so interesting. Yes, it's so interesting. And there's a couple of these towns that have like been abandoned. Like I'm pretty sure Centralia, everybody had to evacuate, and then like the government raised the town and paid all the people who left like a settlement for their houses or something because they were like, you literally cannot live here anymore. And I'm pretty sure it was Centralia. They literally formed some kind of like department in the U.S. to like deal with this type of like town destroying disasters. Anyway, it's the town Silent Hill is based on. I haven't seen that. Is that a horror show? Is that a show or a movie? Okay. I agree. Apostle Person says, I think she's trying to add weight to her story by connecting it to historical events, but it just comes across as disjointed and like she's trying too hard with it. Yeah, it's generally how I'm feeling. Okay. There were little shock waves. One of them erased the local politicians and city news anchors, often black and brown and female, the other usual suspects on TV. Gone were black activists Al Sharpton and Dyke councilwoman Margarita Lopez. Plus, no more mediocre politicians duking it out on the Democratic spot. Sorry, for the Democratic spot on the mayoral ticket. We had Giuliani 24/7 and firemen's and NYPD ball caps. There were white male congressmen with the occasional shot of Bush Jr. trying to look presidential, the rare glimpse of New York Senator Hillary Clinton. an upswing in New York of white masculine power. Our neighborhood was also transformed. With all the barricades, it was as deserted as a movie set, or as abandoned or an abandoned town in Spain with only a few people out in the dust and sun. One afternoon, on Second Avenue, I saw a solitary figure on an old man suddenly fall down dead. It was like he was supposed to have died in the towers, but death hadn't caught up with him until then. Two or three people rushed over, then an ambulance came, but he was already gone. Telephone poles grew faces of the dead. Have you seen this person? Flags sprouted like kudzu, colonizing car bumpers, windowsills, t-shirts. Hardware stores sold out of them. Somebody, maybe from the Chinese Merchants Association, xeroxed a couple thousand in color and taped them all to the doors in Chinatown, like a smear of blood beseeching angry gods, please pass over. We're one of you. The image was backwards, but I doubted anybody noticed. Some of the bodegas, too, put up flags, and once Al Qaeda was confirmed, all the Middle Eastern and North African employees suddenly spoke stilted English to each other and didn't joke anymore in Arabic with their taxi driving compatriots who came in. Oh, I think I've seen some like maybe playthroughs or something like that on. I don't really watch playthroughs, but I've seen something Silent Hill before. I know I recognize the name. Okay. Um, Here and there, white guys started beating up Muslims and Indian Sikhs who weren't Muslim but had turbans, and what difference did it make, right? When cops responded to a complaint from a guy out in Brooklyn whose apartment had been graffitied, they yanked him in for questioning. He was a member of a gay Muslim group, Al Fatiha, which had been working to free the Cairo 52. These gay men grabbed at a dance and tortured until they confessed to a whole slew of crimes. They were being tried in Egypt's special emergency court, set up to deal with their own Islamic terrorists. Apparently, they thought, like so many US preachers, that two men screwing can bring down a nation like an H bomb. Most New Yorkers thought, no, sorry, most New Yorkers, though, chose a different road. The white bourgeoisie kept popping by their delis to ask the Arab guy how things were going, keeping an eye on them. Al said he used his walking stick to beat the crap out of the guy who was making towelhead jokes and sneering at the dead. In the supermarket, blacks and whites and Latinos were so kind to each other, it was a little disturbing. Newspapers were printing half page ads from community groups expressing their shared grief with the city we all loved, despite its problems. 3 or 4 days after the towers fell, Anna got herself to the LGBT community center to ask if we were going to do the same. Okay, I'm pretty sure the center is the same place. Like, throughout this book, like when the Lesbian Avenger started doing their shit, she would just say, we did it at the center, which I'm pretty sure was like an abandoned firehouse that they renovated or something, if I'm thinking it's the same place that she's talking about. Now, here, for the first time, she says the LGBT Center, like in capitals. The LGBT Community Center. Okay. Hey, Matt Adam. Superfund. Yes, that's it. They were burning the town landfill one year and it spread to the coal mine. Yeah, makes sense. Interesting. Okay. At least have a memorial of service or something, so we could grieve together as New Yorkers as queers, sharing our anger and loss. Shouldn't queer citizens express themselves too? The receptionist just stared at her like it was a ridiculous idea and sent her to the administration office. The functionaries there asked her to repeat, explain, and elaborate, question like it was in a foreign language, then showed her the door. Even after our institutions recovered from the initial shock and started providing services to the community, making sure queers got disaster benefits or grief counseling, there weren't any sense that we were part of the nation's civic life or public discourse, unless you count the preachers blaming us for the LGBT folks. No, sorry, blaming us for the attacks. There was no sense that the silent masses of ordinary LGBT folks might want to merge two identities and grieve as queer New Yorkers. No sense of a broader connection to the larger society, the possibility of integration, without complete assimilation. When Anna wrote an article lamenting our community's lack of vision, queers blasted the gully. It wasn't the moment to call attention to our difference, as if we alone had chosen the time of Christ. Sorry. As if we alone had to choose in times of crisis, love it or leave it. As if gayness were like a limb available to be amputated from ourselves and from society. And when, in the future, the troublesome bit was fairly wretched by enough legal change, nothing would distinguish us. We will forget the Avengers, the irritating, indigestible likes of David Warnarski, Audre Lorde, Valerie Salonis. We will become honorary straights with just a few seams showing. Mad Adam, you went to get a tattoo? Tell us everything about your tattoo. What part of your body is it on? What style of tattoo art is it? Is it large? Is it small? Is it your first tattoo? Is your tattoo artist a woman? And you piqued her, him, whatever. Tell us everything. Okay. You know, actually, I don't have any tattoos. I don't even have any piercings. The only piercing I have is this. And it's literally like the one that they put in when you get the piercing. You know, like I never even changed it. I've had it for, oh my God, I've had this for 10 years now. And I wanted to get like vertical industrials actually, and conches and snake bites. I had you've probably seen my old videos. I had like one eyebrow. I want so many piercings, but it's so expensive. And I also want some tattoos. And you know what my favorite like style of tattoos is? It's actually like the name is crazy. It's called girly pop. Like Google it. Go on Google and search girly pop tattoos. The color, it's like they're really, really bright and like pop like really crazy. I mean, look at the way I'm dressed. I like bright colors and things that are nuts. So, don't I have scissors here? Pro tip, y'all. If you're not a child and you're not going to spill your juice, you cut a tiny hole. Then it won't make slurping noises because it lets the air out. Yo, Blood Moon has the same piercing as me. Dude, that is so cool. Matt Adams says it's wrapped around my whole forearm, and it's the image of the goddess Kali holding a severed head on a hill of skulls covered in blood, wearing a severed head necklace and a skirt of limbs. Dude, that is so badass. That is very cool. It's like Artemisia Gidlehi, except, you know, more female goddess power. It's so cool. This is my second tattoo. My first one was an image of Caligula done like the cover of the movie. That is very cool. Ghost wants to know how old I am. I am. Is it March? I am almost 26. I'm about to be 26 very soon. I'm 25. So it's okay. It hasn't been exactly 10 years. It's been like almost like 9 years and like 11 months or something since I've had this, but whatever. I love how I gave you all like a pro tip. I don't know what Lisa Frank means. I don't know who that is. Girly pop tattoos basically look like Lisa Frank tattoos, which is kind of awesome. Yeah, I love if you look up like girly pop tattoos of like pizza and aliens. I don't know why specifically those two, but like there's like so much energy in them. I fucking love aliens. That's very cool. I'm at Adam. Are you not on Getter or some other places? Are you only on YouTube? Maybe you can like show us a different way. Anyway, whatever. Okay, let's read the things. Mama, you're so soft and purple. Okay. Lisa Frank was a line of extremely bright and colorful rainbow stuff, like notebooks and tins and bracelets. Oh, okay. I didn't know the name. I know what you're talking about. I was around back. then, kind of. Oh yeah, I don't use Facebook either. It's like, yeah, I don't like. Okay. And also, like, when I have like family and like colleagues and shit on there, what the fuck am I supposed to post anyway? Like, okay. Also, let us. Okay, I don't know who David Warnerwitz. Warnerwitz. I don't know who the fuck David Warnerwitz is, but shout out to Valerie Solonis. I think for the second or maybe third time in the book. So, do libfems know who Valerie Solonis is? Who was most recently peaked? Tell me, do the libfems know who Valerie Solonis is? Because I could very much see, like, you know, Tim's deciding like, oh my god, like Valerie Solonis is like my idol, and like I hate men, like men suck, and like because I'm a woman, you know. Yes, Facebook is good for radfem groups, but or lesbian groups. But I'm so sick of online stuff. Like I do this online, and I have my getter, and that's like I go on my sock puppet accounts on Twitter a bit, but it's more like to see what's going on. They probably only know she shot Andy Warhol. I bet you they won't even know that, but. How are you, baby? I have to say, she doesn't look impressed when I purr in her face. Oh, that makes sense. That should have been obvious. Thank you. Maple says libfems think Valerie Solonis is, quote, one of the bad ones. OMG, we don't hate men like her, end quote. Yeah. Now when I see quote marks, I automatically read them out because I've done so much reading on this channel now. Like, I automatically read quote marks now. The internet is a circus. Yeah, she definitely would be accused of transphobia. She was like, if she was alive, she for sure would be like, kill the Tims. Because, like, kill the men. Tims are men. Right. Yeah. Alrighty. But it's also like, you know, she talks about that. I don't remember that. I only read it once, like when it first peaked. It's amazing. Oh, interesting. Well, I'll have to look it up. You can find an e-copy and search it. Okay. She says basically all men want to be women. Um yeah, I mean if you think the end point of objectification, domination, like to me, the only reason men wouldn't want to become women is because like I don't know. I'm very tired. I'm having thoughts that I'm not articulating at all. Okay. Let's read. I know I've just said that like 17,000 times, but like for real. Okay, so we will forget the Avengers, the irritating, indigestible likes of David Warnowitz, Audre Lorde, Valerie Solonis. We will become honorary straights with just a few seams showing. Okay. When some fool started to send little envelopes of anthrax around the week after the attacks, the Butch team capitalized, keeping their citizens busy with a bunch of color-coded threat levels and daily press releases about the imminent dangers of dirty bombs in the Grand Central Station. In the mayhem, Bush declared a war on terror, issuing an executive order legalizing kidnapping, indefinite detention, secret military tribunals, and hidden prisons for any suspect. He cooked up a new program called Tips that would help that would have had us spying on each other and encouraging cable and telephone repair guys to snoop around and look for anything suspicious. Books in foreign languages, porn, the Quran, no matter what it was, your name could end up in a big government database forever. He tried to get permanent exemptions from bodies like the International Criminal Court, which prosecuted things like war crimes and torture. And he bombed Afghanistan and split, leaving behind not much more than a skeleton crew. This is interesting because she's yeah, okay. Like books, okay, these are the things that are like land you as like a bad guy. Oh, hey Aisha, like as a bad guy that she lists off. Books in foreign languages, I get that because like xenophobia, racism, like you're a foreigner, a bad guy, okay? Then what's the other one? The Quran. I don't need to explain that. Porn. Is she in support of porn in this instance then? Being like just having porn doesn't mean you're a terrorist? Well, I mean, obviously having porn doesn't equal being a terrorist, but like, well, a terrorist of women. But I don't know. Very interesting. Possible person says they think there's some. They think, okay, men think that women are some mystery creatures, divine feminine bullshit and all that. They feel gross and associate women with cleanness, purity, and the sexiest bullshit about quote unquote good men, good women. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like religious, more so even than other gender stuff. Yeah, yeah. I feel you. Because it's like, what's your first religion? Patriarchy, right? Before anything else. The first thing you're like indoctrinated with. Okay. They entered my nightmares. The civilians that got hit, along with giant fireballs. I dreamt of limbs missing, bodies buried under rubble, like a continuation of the other bombing. Iraq was already on the drawing board. From the beginning, Rumsfeld pushed the CIA to blame Saddam for it all. After the first Gulf War, the Bush family had unfinished business there, and George Jr. had found a reason to go back, and aimed also at Iran and North Korea. Bush burned with a religious mission. Every day there was a new enemy in his axis of evil, somebody else that had to be punished, reined in, destroyed. When Undersecretary of State John Bolton offered dark suggestions, isn't he like very like war hungry, this John Bolton guy? That something would have to be done about rogue states like Cuba. Anna and I decided it was time to make a trip. She hadn't been back since she left the place, and didn't want to wait until it was all rubble, like Kabul. I wasn't thrilled about going. The idea was kind of horrible and interesting at the same time, like meeting someone's parents. Anna's mom, Faustina, asked if I thought I'd like Cuba. Maybe, I told her. Everyone likes it. I guess so. I've never known anyone not to like it. She pursed her lips in outrage. I bit back all my rude responses. Okay. Um, two more chapters till the end of section 3. Honestly, might finish the whole fucking book tonight because I really am like annoyed with it, and I really want to start something else tomorrow. Um. Oh yeah, so I've had a lot of women asking me to read stuff that is like rare and hard to get your hands on. So I've decided that after I'm done this, I'm actually not going to read lesbian ethics. Like I will, but in that vein, the next thing I'm going to read is this. It's an anthology of essays collected by the Boston Lesbian Psychologies Collective. Um, and it's like out of print, obviously. I actually, um, a friend of mine, I was really broke. We met up in downtown Toronto. We went to like the queer bookshop, Glad Day bookshop. I don't even remember why we went there. Maybe we were just in the village and thought we'd look at the books. And it was like in the back. They have like a section of kind of like used and old books that's like random. And I was like, oh, this is so great, but I don't have money. And it's like like a few days later, she was like, "Oh, like we went to hang out," and she was like, "Yeah, I got this for you," which is like amazing. Um, yeah, Glad Day, 13.99. But yeah, I haven't read it. I think I like skimmed one of the things, but also look at the names. Don't we know who Sarah Perlman is? Look at the names. Do you recognize any of these names? I also find it funny that they're all from like Harvard or Boston College or whatever, these lesbians, and it's published by University of Illinois Press. Like they couldn't get one of their own fucking universities to publish this. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I thought Sarah Perlman was something, but maybe not. It's like the Madonna whore thing. I love real bookstores. That's awesome. I haven't been to a real bookstore in like since pre-COVID. I really need to start going to like used bookstores and just like look for second wave stuff. Um or anything lesbian honestly that was printed like pre 1990. Okay. Like this was printed in 1987, this book. Okay. I lost my page. Give me a sec. Oh yeah, they're going to Cuba. So she bit back her rude response because the mom was like, "You're gonna love it." Okay, I have to turn down my heat because I'm like falling asleep. Fetish will overcome any physiological drop in sex drive, I guess. No, but do you guys know about this? Like, actually, if you hate Tim's, what you should want for a Tim is for him to have SRS. Do you know why? Because he loses his fucking dick. I have read so many stories that like this man is clearly a fetishist and that's what he gets his pleasure from. That's like where his like that's like his guiding principle in life is like I get my sexual satisfaction, right? Like to the point of like like legally changing his stuff, getting surgery, whatever. Like it's very serious, right? And then they don't have their dick anymore and they can't come all the time. They can't jerk off all the time and they have like an existential crisis because their entire life has been like porn fueled and now they can't get off. Like it sounds like I don't know. Um Oh my gosh, Maple. Maple says I had the pleasure of going to one of the last women's bookstores in Providencetown, Massachusetts. Yeah, exactly. Kaz says, and frankly, a lot of them are predatory anyway, so they can't force penetration. Yeah, like if they don't have their dick, it's good for women. Also, for instance, it's fascinating how they accuse us of wanting genocide when they sterilize themselves en masse. I mean, honestly, like if you think about it from like a patriarchy perspective, if all the Tims don't have kids, that's okay. There is still more than enough women popping out male babies, you know? Anyway. Is it only 7:30? Well, I guess I've been up since like 4, so. Okay. They're going to Cuba, guys. I actually want to go to Cuba. I've been to like a lot of like Dominican or like Caribbean and like Latin countries and stuff. I haven't been to Cuba. Every Canadians are kind of obsessed with it. I don't know why. And everybody thinks it's fucking great and I've never been. No, I know they still assault without their dicks, but at least they can't fucking do that. I mean, I don't know. All right. Chapter 27. I'm going to try and not stop every other phrase for commentary. You want to go live in Cuba? I actually know someone whose like dad has Cuban citizenship so that he can like own property there. Like just like some Canadian guy who like hired Cuban lawyers to like get him. Canadians think Cuba is great. Yeah. Like I think part of it is that like I don't even know what the fuck what the actual situation is with the US. Um uh but like the US, you guys couldn't go there for a while or you couldn't spend money there or some shit. I don't fucking know what happened. But basically, whatever the fuck was going on with the US not being touristy to Cuba, I think they went and they spent like all of their marketing money on like targeting Canadian tourists. And like, I don't know. The way that Canadians talk about it is kind of like if you're poor, you can drive to Florida, and if you have money, you can like fly to like Cuba or Mexico or something. Yeah, okay. I think also they just like it's like a I don't fucking know, okay. Whatever. Let's read books. Chapter 27. I'm not sure how to describe the trip. It wasn't a vacation, and I wasn't your average tourist out for mojitos or mambo or some revolutionary thrill. Call it a visit to an alternative dimension, with a hint of what we'd become if we embraced programs like TIPS or fear mongering politicians. If the full weight of state homophobia was allowed to come down on queers, or any group, like they'd pushed for in Oregon and Colorado. Cuba. I thought it should have been bigger, at least as big as Texas, for all the room it took up in my skull. But coming in on the plane, you could see it was just this little ordinary island of brown and green, the same size as Kentucky. My finger my first glimpse was weeds sprouting from cracked tarmac and soldiers everywhere in their olive drab fatigues. One by one, we entered into little plexiglass cubicles where the doors slammed behind us, and a boy with a skimpy beard and an AK-47 demanded to know why we were there. There was so much I was tempted to say, but the little guy with the wispy beard offered, Familia? And I said, yes, family. And that was that. I was through. They didn't even check my luggage when Anna asked me to stash a VHS of Lesbian Avengers Eat Fire 2. Sorry, where Anna had asked me to stash a VHS. I would love to live on like a female communal farm. It sounds like freaking amazing. Gerardo and Nancy were waiting at the gate in coats and scarves, the only dark faces in the crowd. These were Anna's teenage friends. Gerardo Feruda Leon, the playwright now, with his own modest theater company. Nancy Morellon, the poet who had hobnobbed at the Casa de las Americas. I thought I should get in on video. I had our new camera there in my hand, but I didn't raise it to catch the awkward hugs. They were Anna's first gestures on the island after 35 years. It felt wrong to film, too voyeuristic. I really hope that in the next like 20 years, as more and more women get piqued by this trans stuff and more women like are open to radical feminism and become radical feminists, that there will be like apartment buildings that are like communes or like I mean like small, like even like 6 units or 8 units, like really small buildings where it's like women owned, women operated, only women live there and they're all radical feminists. Do you know what I mean? And you can kind of like apply and like be interviewed and like there's like a potential for like women's hubs in cities, like in Boston, in New York, in Miami, whatever. Wouldn't that be awesome? I really hope something like that happens because like women's land, like on a farm, is great and everything. But like I'm a very city person. I would love for there to be like almost like a chain of hostels, but instead of hostels, like female only apartment buildings or something. I know Aisha. Aisha says when I play the lottery, that's what I dream of spending it on. Matt Adams says I'd pay extra for that. I know, right? Yeah. Anyway, because especially depending on what your career is and that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, obviously you can go and live on a commune and do the stuff over there, but I don't know. Like I know quite a few rad femmes who are academics, like they who teach at like big universities. They'd want to live in their own city, you know. Okay. Oh, okay. I skipped ahead. They had a gypsy cab with a pink rhino dangling from the rearview mirror instead of a flag. Right away, the cop stopped us because visitors are supposed to use official taxis, but Gerardo told them we were relatives, all of us, and they let us through. We took a long, decaying highway. There weren't any golden arches, or speedo stores, but there was plenty of advertising if you count the building sketching Che in broad strokes, along with "Hasta la victoria siempre," always until victory. The apartment we rented in Vidado was surprisingly big and clean, with a balcony that gave you a view of the crumbling Melecon and the ocean if you craned your head a little, though you didn't want to linger. There were cracks running up and down that building too, and iron railing on the stairs that formed new piles of rust everywhere. Conversation was awkward. Gerardo would start sentences, shrug, and say, leaving a big ellipses, as if the words had decayed in his mouth. Then Nancy said something vague to Anna about what happened to you, and seemed to be giving her a smarmy absolution for getting the hell out. And when he saw my eyebrows go up, because Anna didn't have to apologize for anything, changed the subject with a funny story about Anna's departing words, or was it a letter from Paris in which she proclaimed that she was leaving to join another revolution? And when the '68 student revolution happened in France, he imagined her there in the center of it, manning the barricades and throwing stones. Anna blushed 12 shades of red. Did I really? And we all laughed like it was a joke. Though of course it was true. Afterwards, she'd organized Parisian dykes, or tried to. In New York, she helped birth other little smoldering revolutions like the Lesbian Avengers, though we didn't talk about that or even acknowledge that we were all queer. In fact, when Nancy talked about a young interviewer asking her about the members of El Puente if they were gay, she proudly said, I threw them out by their ears. I looked at Anna and she looked at her shoes. It was the first time I'd seen her back away from a fight, maybe because I'd stuffed her full of Xanax to get her on the plane. Okay. El Puente is like a newspaper where Gerardo and oh fuck, what's her name? Oh, Gerardo and Nancy, and her and like who's this other guy that they keep bringing up? Jose Mario or something, Juan Mario, something. There's like a couple of people who they bring them up a couple times, but like when she was like a teenager, she got into like running this El Puente newspaper with these people, and like they were all gay. She didn't realize it at first, um, because she was also gay, but like didn't realize it at the time, and uh, yeah, it was like an issue. They got like attacked for being gay and all that kind of stuff. But that's why if you legally structure it as a co-op instead of an actual apartment, then you can discriminate. Also, there's a couple different things you can do. You can make it a membership only, so you have to have like a membership of a group to even apply to live there, right? Or you can make it like it has a lot to do with who owns the actual building. Um you can also make it like religious. No, I know. It definitely would not be normal. Yeah, I know. I just meant apartment in terms of like, you want to move to Austin, Texas. You can look it up and be like, "Oh shit, there's women there. Let me see if there's any spaces open and see if it's possible for me to move in there." That kind of thing. I've been in groups to try to set this up before. Like it doesn't work. The amount is like the biggest issue is money. Like even if you had a couple of women, like 6 women in the same city who are like, "Yes, let's make this happen." Like the cost of housing in cities is so expensive. Like you need to have ownership of something to have this kind of control over it, right? Like what's affordable is like, there's like ghost towns where there's like abandoned hotels and stuff. That is like what's affordable, but they're like 6 hours from civilization. So like anyway, isn't there a place like that in LA? There probably is for like some older lesbians. Like I know there's also like lesbian retirement communities in Florida. So there must be a way of doing this. No, I know. I've talked to lawyers about this before in Canada. That's the other thing is like when I've thought about or been involved in this like kind of attempt at this kind of thing, Yeah, create an LLC. Yeah, exactly. Like it has really to do with who is the owner or who are the co-owners and that kind of thing. But it's like it's always very international, and like that is super super impractical. Like as a starting point. Anyway, let's fucking read the book. Okay. I threw them out by their ears. Oh yeah, that I had stuffed her full of Xanax. Right. Okay. Nancy asked something about September 11th, but her eyes glazed over as soon as Anna started to talk about what it was like. In Cuba, then, the outside world was nothing more than a dream shaped by the official media. Even Nancy only had brief glimpses during her trips abroad for poetry readings and academic conferences. And if you hadn't grasped the world before the attacks, afterwards you missed the huge global shifts. They'd missed a lot of them. 4 decades worth. Couldn't conceive of what it was like to sit in a chair in front of the computer and gather the world in your arms like sea foam. Let it go. Anna herself was just a ghost for them, despite her short scarlet dew. She was still some teenage prodigy with dark hair and a pressed white blouse, whom the government had targeted by mistake, who later rose, like Santa Barbara, with her sword to publicly defend El Puente when the group itself was attacked. Though Anna had confided in me her act was less than heroic, quote, after jail I was numb, I just didn't care, end quote. I didn't say a lot. Anna had told me to keep my trap shut because they'd probably have to report our conversation. Instead, I grinned too much, showing my straight white American teeth. I laughed inappropriately. Then Anna suddenly started to rant about Bush the warmonger, stripper of civil liberties, and go it alone guy. Where's BCN? What does that mean? Oh, Barcelona. That's so cool. Yo, let's go to Barcelona. I fucking love Barcelona. The food is good. It's not as cheap as other places with good food, but that's okay. The architecture is on point. The public transit is not shit. Barcelona's chill. Yeah, honestly, I knew this book was going to address the like race issues that were like brought up in the Lesbian Avenger stuff. And obviously because she was like embroiled all that, she like had to reflect on her race and her position and blah blah blah. But I agree it feels inauthentic. Like Possible Person says, the forced awareness of her own race and nationality seems inauthentic. Surely she has some experience or some thoughts where it doesn't instantly spring into her mind. Yeah, exactly. The one in San Francisco is called Women's Building. Holy shit. How do they manage with like TRAs and stuff? Like usually I know most of the women's land that are like the farm commune types. They're like really off the grid. Like they're you need to know someone who knows someone who's been there to find them. Um so how do you say woman house in Spanish? Casa mujer? Or is it actually called women? She's trying to get woke approval, but it's a little much, lol. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Like, I knew she was gonna address race, and like that's cool and whatever. But like it feels repetitive and inauthentic. Yeah. Like, well, I don't know. Like this, for example, being in Cuba, you know, and like meeting like the people of her partner or whatever. Like, there's definitely times where she talks about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, or just like sometimes it's more about culture and ethnicity. Like, there's times earlier in the book where she's just hanging out with like tons of New Yorkers, and it's like very multicultural and stuff, and she misses like the South. She misses like the food of her childhood and stuff. Casa de Mujer in Spanish, or Casa de Don in Catalan, but it's named in English. Oh, okay, okay. Yo, when I'm rich, I'm gonna like go on a tour. I literally typed Woman House Barcelona into this, and the first thing that popped up is like a whorehouse. That's fucking depressing. The site doesn't have an option to switch to English. Good. Okay, I'm about to read Spanish. Prepare yourself. It's not going to be good. Well, I mean, like if you actually fucking know Spanish, which a bunch of you do. Olympia Woman House es un espacio diseñado para inspirar y conectar a mujeres. Un punto de encuentro físico y digital donde converge el talento femenino. Un, un lugar de empoderamiento. What's donde crear profesional? Interesting. Co-working, social club, space, and online. Saber más. Sí. Okay, but no, not now. I keep getting distracted. No, no. Okay. Blood Moon, are you in Spain? Do you know Catalan? Wait, we didn't discuss this. Didn't we discuss this already? You know Catalan. You're in Catalonia, no? Ugh, the queers wanted to sabotage it, so they made this whorehouse thing. That's disgusting. That's so cool. I used to know this violinist who was Catalan, and he was like insane. He practiced till his fingers bled. Catalan is such an interesting language. A fossil person, I totally agree. She's like, we get it. Your girlfriend is Cuban. You don't need to mention it every single time you talk about her. Being aware that she's Southern almost seemed more relevant frequently, probably because she only mentioned it when it is. Yes, exactly. I agree. I agree. Much more authentic. And like, yeah, it really was like, this is what I'm feeling right now. And like the homesickness and whatever. You're from Mallorca? That's interesting. I've never been there. I've been to Barcelona. Should I come to Mallorca? I hear of these places as like touristy destinations for Europeans. Does that mean they're expensive? Okay. Okay. Light was fading when we were finally alone in the apartment. We didn't talk too much between us, just tried to unpack and arrange things. I jumped like a cat at little sounds. The worried looking woman who rented the place told us not to answer the door if anybody knocked. Everything was legal. But members of the Comité de Defensa liked to harass her, sometimes press for bribes. When we got hungry, we grabbed a flashlight and ventured out on our own. There wasn't any light at all, except a few bright squares coming from windows and a faint veiled moon. The sidewalks were a ravaged mess. The concrete would sometimes rise 6 inches, sometimes 18. We fell into holes even with the flashlight, stepping around piles of dog shit and rubble from the buildings that had collapsed from hurricanes, but mostly malign neglect. Take that, you shimmering city of degenerate capitalists. No need for bombs, it already looked like Kabul or the Bronx circa 1970. And like the Bronx that night, there wasn't any humans in the street until we got to Calle something or other, where Anna began to murmur the refrain that would accompany us through the trip. This used to be this. This used to be this. This used to be a club. El Puente had a reading there. This used to be a bar where La Lupe sang. This is the corner I stood on during the October crisis in 1962 when American bombers were circling overhead, and an oblivious Jose Mario, there it was Jose Mario, was babbling on about some boy he just met. It's funny because when she brought Anna to Kentucky, she also was like, here's this thing and this thing and this thing, like the exact same way. Mm. hmm Okay. At a cafe, we planted ourselves at a table and tried not to breathe. The diesel fumes blocked out the sea. We ordered a couple of ham and cheese sandwiches and a beer for Anna, Malta for me. You could pay in pesos if you were Cuban, dollars for foreigners. My god, how they hopped for greenbacks, clearing away the Cuban riffraff to make more room for us tourists. At the next table, a Canadian guy made a complicated deal with two sleazy gray skinned hustlers that involved a couple of bottles of rum and a blowjob. Behold the revolution's new man. I wrote down that the beer was named Hatwai for the Indian chief barbecued for the Indian chief barbecued by the Spanish Inquisition. We had a guidebook and played at being tourists. We hit accident we hit ancient convents and museums and art galleries and spent an awful lot of time running away. There was the day we dropped off medicine and videotapes at a government AIDS clinic, and I was so impressed by how clean and cheerful it was that I asked them if I could do a video for the gully. The woman's face contorted in horror, and she sent us to the subdirector, who sent us to the director, who said nobody could say a word unless we went through official channels. Quote, here's the address and phone number of the government's press office. Should I call for you? End quote. Quote, no, that's fine. We'll be in touch later. End quote. And we fled the premise, only stopping when we got to the park near the old Writers' Union and Anna's high school, where the student militia had marched around a statue of Antonio Macio's mother. Not far away, baby pioneers piled onto buses with their little red handkerchiefs. Later, we spotted them at a demo in the center of town. They cheered speeches at the appropriate moments and got snickered at by tourists. There was a local election coming up, and they offered all the usual pageantry, speeches, and ballots, just like in Florida or Puerto Rico. Once a guy screamed at me when I videotaped laundry hanging in the ruins of a collapsed building with vines curling in the rubble. Quote, it's not picturesque. Go away. End quote. The streets were full of simmering people, most of them men, hissing air like leaking tires. Quote, hey mama mamacita, psst psst, end quote. In Havana they tended to be poor and white, elsewhere black and poor. Quote, hey mamacita, hey, end quote. I finally shouted back in Cienfuegos when Anna showed me her childhood home and the school she went to. We were followed around by a young black kid who must have been all of 10 years old. He was trying to hustle Anna, telling her how beautiful she was. Quote, hey mama, mamacita, I'm sure there's something I can do for you tonight, end quote. After him was the gauntlet of a dozen large men hissing. Quote, oi mama, hey mamacita, psst psst, end quote. When a few grabbed their dicks, I screamed at the whole gang of them to shut up and leave us alone. Quote, enough already. I'm not your mother, end quote, in Spanish. Then this one guy, after consulting his buddies, charged forward to chase us down the street, screaming in English, quote, fuck you, you bitches, end quote. He was dressed all in white, a recent initiate in Santaria, and must have thought he was Chongo. That was the day we realized we'd rarely seen women in the Havana streets alone after dark. Okay, no offense, but how could you not realize? Just like as a woman, when I see women, I'm like, oh, that's my people. How could you not realize that you don't see any of your people? You're a funny apostle person. Um, yeah, Blood Moon, that's horrible. Not to like diminish the horribleness of that, because obviously it's bad, but at least they exist. They are like resisting that bullshit. I'm very glad they exist despite that, you know? Yeah, Madam says I'm always acutely aware when I'm surrounded by only men. Yeah, exactly. Okay. None at all in Cienfuegos. Even during the day, they didn't linger but marched purposefully. We also started noticing the quote unquote fuck yous in English scrawled almost everywhere. All that free floating, inarticulate rage, directed at surrogates mostly, instead of the people in charge. There was also that mob that we ran into in Santiago de Cuba. We spent a dozen hours in a tourist bus inhaling stinking fumes and cataloging all the down telephone lines and rusting metal of the glorious projects in the countryside that Havana had been defunded for. And when we arrived at the bus station in the Santiago twilight, we were engulfed by a crowd of gypsy cab drivers all reaching for our arms, our bags, groping our shoulders, sniffing after dollars with their barred fangs. It was like hell. We didn't want to be swallowed up and forced into an illegal cab. What if the cops stopped us and Gerardo wasn't there to smile and lie? The rejected cabbies sneered at us, got ugly, quote, Where are you from? End quote. Quote, here, Cuba, born and bred, end quote, Anna told them. Quote, no, senora, there's nothing Cuban about you, end quote. Or maybe that came from the mob of women in Trinidad, banishing Anna for what? Her red hair? Her new shorts? Her dikeliness again? Palish skin? In Santiago, a bus station employee had to extract us. She took us around the back way and explained they'd lost control of the place a long time ago. When things got really bad, they'd call the cops, who would come and break a few heads, but nothing really changed. The Santiago Hotel was its own separate inferno. The terror of mix the terror, a mix of drunken elder hostlers, scrawny little European men with these beautiful mixed race Cuban women, not yet allowed there on their own. The day after we arrived, a couple of snaggle-toothed Swiss bastards started eyeing us. Got more and more aggressive with each polite interjection. Sorry, got more and more aggressive with each polite rejection until it was Anna's turn to go berserker and scream, quote, not all Cuban women are whores, fuck off, end quote. And the waiters came and couldn't decide which of us to throw out, and Anna let them have it too. These shitty little Cuban pimps who did nothing but whore women to reduce us to beggars, like that older black woman we'd seen earlier in the day, who trailed us begging for savon, savon, soap, soap. Too old to offer herself, too black. Um, well, it seems like Anna's a bit of a rad femme. Oh, I'm out of juice. I have water. The revolution was mostly a bust for her, too, even if the government had legislated an end to racism. And as beautiful as the law can be, okay, it has to have roots in society and requires activists for a cultural shift to be enforced. At home, Anna has this mushy, rotting little book called Como surgió la cultura nacional, How the National Culture Arose, centering Afro-Cubans in the heart of Cuban history. The author, Alterio Carbonell, didn't fare well. He was on the verge of launching a I don't know, this is like the N word, but it ends with atude, like attitude. I'm not gonna say that. A kind of black power thing, like they'd had in the French Caribbean when he got dragged off to jail along with all his papers, even his typewriter, as if he could write it by himself. Afterwards, the renaissance of black culture was carefully controlled. One Sunday afternoon in Havana, we went to the community center to watch a Roomba group. The audience was mostly Afro-Caribbeans, dressed in their Sunday best, with a few white tourists. The patio was shabby and hot, with broken concrete. Two young black men tried to do rap, dressed all gangbanger with new jeans from somewhere and do-rags. But it was hard to pull off. The sound from the mic cut in and out as they worked their arms and rhymed about Antonio Macio, Cuba's one black hero from the 19th century. The middle-aged black audience stared at them in amazement, waited for the Roomba group. It turned out to be a mediocre band plastered with Adidas and Nike logos. They barely went through the motions. Two or three white tourists squealed and applauded. After a couple more Hatchway beers, a few locals joined in with an equal lack of enthusiasm. We visited a black writer friend of Gerardo who had this enormous two-bedroom apartment with a fabulous view that was absolutely great if you didn't mind that the woman running the elevator was a stone-faced capo keeping track of your comings and goings. But your status didn't always protect you. Even Nancy, who could get an exit visa whenever she wanted, got detained by the cops for being a hooker when she was showing around a foreign white male writer. Quote, I told them, you can take me if you want, but you're going to be sorry, end quote. Chapter 28. Yeah, no, it is getting more excessive. It is getting worse. Um, Maybe what she's trying to demonstrate is her like consciousness of race throughout the book, becoming more aware. Like maybe that's her goal, and so it's going to get worse. Okay. Chapter 28. We wondered what would happen next, if the communists would perpetuate themselves like in China. perpetuate themselves like in China. If they would collapse like the former Soviets into corruption and crime, civil society was as rusty as our balcony. There were a few hopeful signs. Rappers who didn't bother with official gigs, doing protest songs about cops profiling black kids. Tyranny passed off as revolution. Sometimes these raperos got pulled in by the police when their impromptu concerts got too big, or by security when the content was too hot, but they kept it up. There was a Cuban metal scene too, radically raunchy, in a place where the bureaucrats still pretended they were as pure as the Holy Virgin, while regular people fucked tourists to survive. Later on, bloggers like, well, not regular people fuck tourists to survive. Women, right? Later on, bloggers like Yoani Sanchez would emerge, bothering the government merely by refusing to ellipse and write honestly about their lives. Before we left, Gerardo borrowed an apartment and organized a party for the launch for a bunch of lesbians and gay men. They mostly didn't know each other, but rum flowed like water, so it didn't matter. When everybody's eyes got bright and shiny, we turned on the VHS and slipped in the Lesbian Avengers Eat Fire 2. I'd avoided seeing it until then, and felt weird. Oh wow, so what year is this now? The Lesbian Avengers. Actually, I don't remember everything that's in the documentary. She referenced a few times things that were in the documentary. Okay. Yeah, that's a bot. I'll get rid of it. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'd avoided watching it until then and felt weird watching my younger doppelganger talking about lesbian visibility and activism while I was standing right there in Cuba where so much of it was forbidden. Queer parties got busted sometimes. A visiting Pedro Almodovar, Almodovar got arrested once. Every now and then, somebody would get 4 or 5 people to hold a demo, and they'd all end up in jail. Not that you didn't see queers. Our first night there, we'd passed the cinema with a huge chick gay boy crowd outside, socializing and cruising. They even had their own Elton John reigning over the place with his sparkling glasses, though the cops could have chased them off at any time. The only protected queers were organized by Castro's straight niece, who prompted such a medicalizing understanding of LGBT people that you felt like Ike was still in the White House. But the Avengers was their history too, with with the Cuban Dyke as the co-founder, and Cuban Americans like Janet and Lydia and Belkis. I don't know what they expected in the video. Two Cuban ears, Vengadores Lesbianas, sounded more like Bidermanhoff gang than a bunch of superheroes or crafty British spies. Images the founders had been thinking of when they sat around Anna's table in prickly chairs and tried to come up with the first action and a name. The Cuban audience actually sighed with relief when they saw the marching band enter the screen and got the idea. We paused now and then to translate the interviews or speeches and explain all the black and brown faces. US TV hadn't been widely pirated yet, and they'd assumed all Americans were white, or most of them anyway. At the very least, they were sure we were still segregated, kept apart by water hoses and police dogs and hate. They giggled nervously when they saw me scuffle with the cops on Fifth Avenue. They were horrified to hear of queers getting killed in Oregon. A young dyke muttered, "At least that doesn't happen here. We're very tolerant." But another rebuked her in quiet outrage. They were impressed with the fire eating and chuckled at my shaved head, and oohed and awed at the massive dyke march in Washington, and the sight of us there in front of the White House, which even they recognized, and laughed out loud at waltzing dykes. Afterwards, something happened. I don't know much about it, but it seems very out of place to me too. I guess she's just trying to be like, I think what she's trying to do is be like, these are my thoughts on like Cuba and politics, and then just like, these are my experience while I was there, and she tries to like tie her experiences to things. So, but yeah, I agree. It felt a bit forced. Okay. Afterwards, something weird happened. Arguments broke out. People started completing their sentences. The young commissar type who declared that Cuba was tolerant, and went on to explain how it was no big deal when she took her girlfriend to office parties, had to listen to an older dyke tell her what happened when she and her girlfriend had tried to rent a hotel room with only one bed, and somebody else told her their stories, and somebody else told her one of theirs. It seemed to be the first time most of them had talked openly about their lives as queers, and this thing called homophobia. I told the baby commissar that there were still anti gay laws on Cuba's books, like the one from 1971 that prevented queers from teaching. Quote, but they're surely not enforced. End quote. Quote unquote, yes. I should have told her about Josefina Suarez, about Lena and her sister as well, but I would have had to start so many decades before, and do it all in Spanish. And Carrado himself had warned us about talking openly. I thought about those Polish journalists who got busted for not having the right visa, remembered we were trapped on an island. And in a couple of days, I'd be sealed again in a bulletproof cubicle. I kept mum. We'd have been encouraged to see Lena. Quote, things had happened to her, end quote. Anna didn't know her well, though they'd roomed together briefly when Lena had arrived in Havana from the provinces, a cardboard suitcase full of poems. It was at the tail end of El Puente. Anna left soon after. Two women answered the door. They looked like poor rural whitish Americans whose too tight polyester clothes and bad hair and broad smiles featuring decaying teeth. They handed over some real coffee that we'd bought. Sorry, we handed over some real coffee that we'd bought at the dollar store and exchanged a few pleasantries with Lena and her sister before the poet launched into her story. I'd been all ready with my dyke sympathy, but what they talked about were the black feet dangling from the bunk above like two dead crows. In the cell, there was nothing else to look at, she said. If she sat up, they were inches from her face, scaly, dark, rotten. She shivered like my mother did at interracial couples, or a dyke holding a coffee cup. Lena hated their pale souls more than the stench from the slop bucket, unwashed cunt, the old rags they used for menstrual blood, the iron bars, the stone walls. Hour after hour, day after day, they hung unguarded and black in her space. If she had a knife, she'd cut them off, or kill herself. We didn't know what to say, couldn't even exchange glances. Why were you in jail? Anna asked. Quote, I'd been asked to direct a big communist youth literacy magazine. I guess because I'd won a big prize for my first poetry book, end quote. It helped that her parents were fixtures in the party, Anna told me later. Quote, it went fine until they asked me to quit publishing homosexual writers, and I asked why. Their writings was the best around, I said, and none were enemies of the revolution, end quote. The answer launched her into Inzilio. Quote, you get it right, end quote, she asked. Quote, not exile, but inzile, end quote. Afterwards, people would cross the street to avoid her. Nobody would give her work or touch her poems. Finally, she couldn't take it and went to the Spanish embassy, demanding that the guards kill her before she did something. They didn't. They took her to the authorities, and even though one of the Cuban guards testified on her behalf, they convicted her of actually attacking the place. It was payback for publishing queers. She got sick in jail, couldn't stand at attention, and got dragged from the cell by her hair and tossed into solitary. Quote, they thought I was faking, end quote. When her family got her out of there a couple years later, her hair fell from her head in chunks. She was covered in rashes and filthy, could barely tolerate water or raise the weight of her head. She showed us a picture of herself the day she was released. 90 pounds. They fed her with IVs, and a shrink diagnosed her with paranoid schizophrenia. Anna and I looked at each other. Of course, said Anna, rolling her eyes. Lena pooh-poohed Anna's mild suggestion that the diagnosis has something to do with politics. All the best poets were mentally ill. She told us a little proudly how bad she still felt, the pills she had to take. Then she read aloud a poem she composed for the mysterious, beautiful Anna, while my flesh crawled, then tried to sell us some books. Her sister had her own stories, girlfriends who killed themselves, mostly after getting denounced in school auditoriums. Quote unquote lady killer, Lena taunted her. Lady killer. Her sister's eyes teared up. I had the camera there at my side, but didn't bring it out, afraid it would stop the flow of the stories, afraid to have them there on tape. Lena didn't tell the whole story, like how she embroiled Josefina in her troubles, routed her out as a dyke, got her inzalized too. We went to see Josefina a day or two afterwards. She would have been a good New Yorker, stubborn, opinionated, relentless, talked a mile a fucking minute, made us feel oddly ourselves. She lived in this big apartment taking care of a father that she'd stashed in a back room for our visit. There was dog hair everywhere and piles of mildewed paper and books. Quote, "You brought coffee. Great. I need something since I quit smoking and you can't get pills. I don't know how people work." End quote. She dumped filthy cushions off something for me and Anna settled in the chair previously protected from dog hair by the stacks and stacks of papers she removed to the floor. She herself perched on a hairy sofa with an enormous poster of Shay behind her. She kissed and patted the dog as we talked and talked, explaining how she'd probably have been left alone except that Lena embroiled her in everything. Hours after Lena was arrested, Josefina was called into the office of the philosophy department and asked to resign. The department was waving a statement from Lena detailing how she and Josefina had been lovers, that Lena had gone over to Josefina's that day, quarreled with her, and then taken a knife from a drawer before going to the embassy where she attacked the guard. Oh my god. Quote, "Wasn't written in her own hand, not just something typed and signed?" End quote, Anna asked, finally talking. Quote, "Yes, I think so," end quote, said Josefina, a little irritated that we upset the rhythm of her story. Quote, "Did they force her during interrogation?" End quote. "Had she actually been at your house?" End quote, I asked. Yes. And did you fight? Quote, "No, of course not. She'd been there, but I didn't notice anything in particular. We'd broken up months before." End quote. How long were you all together?" End quote, Anna asked. Josefina counted out the years. Quote, "Was it your knife?" End quote. Quote, "Apparently," end quote. The dog ran to the door and barked madly. Quote, "Come back here, sit down, be quiet," end quote, she yelled. Howl, howl. Quote unquote, "Be quiet." Josefina wasn't interested in the details. Just what came next. They wanted her to sign some mea culpa, breastfeeding letter, resigning because of her degeneracy, but she wouldn't. Quote, "Because what does sex have to do with anything?" End quote. And after she was fired and entered her own inzilio, there were pleas from her friends to make some reconciliation, self-deprecating gesture, so that they could give her some related, non-teaching job. But she refused, and had been fighting the bastards ever since, writing letters, haranguing officials, quoting Marx at them in daily, weekly, monthly, yearly letters analyzing their false dialectics. Somehow she stayed out of jail, maybe because she bent over backwards to show her loyalty to the regime. She told us that after a trip to Paris, in which she had shown up unannounced on Anna's doorstep, she'd gone straight to the state security to tell them all about her visit when she got back to Cuba. She didn't even give them a chance to call her in. I don't know what my face showed, but Anna's mouth was hanging open. What could you possibly say to that? What could you say to anyone about anything in in that strange fucking country where you had to contort yourself into unrecognizable shapes to survive? And Josefina talked about El Puente, digging out the broadsheet that circulated, establishing the group, a few old diary entries describing their nefarious, degenerate activities that largely consisted of talking, drinking, bumming money, reading, walking, eating pizza, drinking beer, swilling rum, sitting on the beach, and talking, talking, talking. She had a photo of Anna in that quote unquote psychiatric clinic after her own stint in jail. Anna asked about the other queers purged at the same time. Plenty ended up locked up in concentration camps, jailed, suicided. Had she seen it coming? Josefina waved her hand dismissively. Not my department. While Chase stared meaningfully into the middle distance, a few dog hairs clinging to his face. Are you okay? Okay. I should have said all that when I talked to the young communist at the party. Plant more seeds of information. Already you could see her worldview shifting, at least a little. But I didn't. And Anna kept her own trap shut. Was just a friend of Gerardo's, though every now and then I could see him pointing at Anna and telling somebody, quote unquote, I told you about her, and they'd get a disturbingly reverent expression on their faces. I felt like a traitor, like a coward, sitting in a room with all these queer Cubans, knowing more about their own history than them, more about their present. We informed a lesbian in the gender studies at the university that there was going to be an LGBT conference in Havana. She hadn't heard about it, and probably wouldn't unless she was handpicked for it. Later on, though, outside queers would tout Cuba's openness, never asking if it was largely for external consumption, like the restaurants, like the hotels, never wondering if you can have social change at all with proxy organizing. Whites organizing blacks, straights representing queers. There was stuff even Gerardo didn't know. Anna never told him that she was interrogated by state security guards. All their questions were about El Puente, who was gay, who had degenerate counter-revolutionary tendencies. No. I chatted, I smiled, I entertained. When a couple of girls complained about being harassed and asked what we do when we get called tortillas, tortilleras in the street, I suggested they handle it in New York way and say EK. So what if I am? You got a problem with that? We all knew they wouldn't do it, but it seemed to make them happy knowing somebody somewhere could talk back. Only 4 more pages left in this section. Okay. Hello, Kamutashia. Okay. It looks like Momo is like speaking into the mic, like she's right there. Momo, tell us something. Okay. Chapter 29. I assume this is like them leaving Cuba or when they get back to New York from Cuba or something. You think Momo likes hearing me speak? I don't know. You think? I never thought about it before. She definitely knows like when I say her name, even if she doesn't like necessarily respond. Momo, Komutashio says hello. Well, she reacted in some way. It's more than most people get. Okay. This is it. We're gonna finish the fucking section of the book. Chapter 29. I came back with different eyes, went into the key foods and had to walk right out, overwhelmed and a little disgusted by the gigantic slab of pink salmon. Mounds of dimpled oranges, entire shelves of plastic sacks of perfectly polished, unbroken Uncle Ben's rice. The sidewalks were dangerously smooth, and compared to Cubans, the people were incredibly fat and loud, like a bunch of fat parrots chattering away. Despite the threat of tips, they still finished one sentence, went to the next, and then started another, spilling their absolute guts in the middle of the street where anybody at all could hear them. All we brought back was a bottle of rum and a handful of cigars. I found Al in front of the laundromat and gave him a big fat one, along with a pinch of Cuban dirt that he wanted for his secret mojo bag. We had a couple of friends over and lit a few. The smoke smelled good at first, all earthy, reminding me of the time my grandmother took me to the Kentucky State Fair and drug me around to see the biggest zucchinis and fanciest quilts, which were right next to these poles hanging with glistening brown tobacco. But when I woke up the next morning, the whole house still reeked, and my mouth tasted worse than vomit. I smoked for like 1 week. I was like, I gained a lot of weight when I started university. And so in my second year of university, I was like, you know what? OMG, Rachel is here. Hello, Rachel. In my second year of university, I was like, you know what is good for when you're hungry and you don't want to eat? Cigarettes. I'll do that. I did it for like a week and they weren't even like real. Like they were real cigarettes, but they were like clove cigarettes or something. They were like, um, and I was like constantly nauseous and lightheaded because, tobacco and also not eating. So that didn't last, thank God. But like when she describes this, I'm like, yes, I feel you. You smoked for 13 years. It's so gross. Yeah. I'm really glad. Like in Canada, people don't smoke that much. Like every time I've been to Europe, I'm just like, wow. Like, wow. There's like everybody everywhere is smoking. It's really weird. Mumu? I'm thinking I should reorganize my bedroom again. Like literally because Momo's position is very out of the way. I want her to be like next to me when I'm streaming. Like I think maybe I need to put my desk like in the middle of the room so like the wall is close to me. You see what I mean? Or something. I don't know. I need to reorganize. Goth cigarettes is accurate. Literally a friend of mine, like from university, she went to Mexico and she knew that I like at that time we had smoked one joint together. So she thought like, "Oh, you're like a smoker." And so when she was in Mexico, like in the duty free, she was like, "Oh, they're like flavored cigarettes and you smoke, so I thought of you." And I was like, "I don't smoke tobacco, but like thanks." And then I smoked them. All right. Right, okay. Her mouth tasted worse than vomit. I sympathize with this. We all knew there was going to be another war, in Iraq this time. Homeland Security kept issuing alerts, and Bush and Co. would follow them up with an exhortation to unite against the tyrant Saddam Hussein, who was responsible for everything bad in the world. He had secret weapons of mass destruction, secret bunkers, secret agents all writing in invisible ink, and training invisible missiles at us, subverting citizens. Like Jose Padilla, the guy was paraded around as if he were the biggest threat to Western civilization since Osama rode into the sunset, not just a small time Chicago gangbanger who converted to Islam and got caught up in events way bigger than him. He actually hadn't lifted a finger when the government designated him an enemy combatant and dumped him into a military brig. We found out years later he got held in solitary with plenty of quote unquote enhanced techniques that turned the guy into one big twitch. Okay. Yeah, Saddam and his minions were responsible for everything, just like Uncle Sam was the villain in Cuba. Only there, people had begun to roll their eyes at the propaganda. They knew who to blame. I could feel it all accumulating, attaching to me like flies, attaching themselves to those gluey ribbons, and die there. I tried to understand. Quote, this is what America is now, end quote, I told myself. Quote, this is what I am, an American, end quote. I didn't know what that meant. It was more mysterious to me by far than what it meant to be a lesbian. I quit watching TV again. I didn't read the newspapers and that made your fingers all inky anyway. Just peeked at the headlines online. Walked around with my guts as naughty as my brain. Got these incredible pains that had me bent over in the streets looking worse than any drunk. Um like oh, that was my thing. Okay. So, they're running this like online magazine, the Gull, right? Oh, the Gully. And they went to Cuba. Presumably, they didn't have contact with the outside world. Now they're back in New York. No mention of this. She is saying, I'm not watching the news. How is it possible to have a magazine that is entirely about like queer opinions on modern or like contemporary issues from all over the world if you're not looking at the news? So like um did they stop the magazine? Have they retired? Did they sell it? Like what the fuck is going on? I don't know. Um There's another women's building in Vienna, Austria, called Frauenzentrum Wien. Okay, well, I'm not going to get very far if all the website is in German, but I'll look it up. Yo, I should go on tour in Europe. can go both to Barcelona and to Austria to see the women's land or women's buildings. Okay. So again, I'm just complaining about like continuity in this book. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Okay. On February 15th, 2003, we put on our warmest clothes and took the subway uptown towards the UN. There was supposed to be a big anti-war rally, no march because the city had refused a permit, even if Bloomberg was mayor by then. We tried one street, then another. All were clogged with crowds. Cops had put up blockades, trying to prevent the demo from turning into a march. Later, we heard they brought in the horses and trampled a few people, pepper sprayed others, arrested a couple hundred who were mostly trying to get the hell out of there. If you looked, you could still see the smoke rising downtown in two faint wisps. Trapped, people started holding their rallies on whatever street corner they found themselves. I saw student groups and unions, people with enormous puppets, a lot of signs about big oil. Most people figured we were going into Iraq to get control of the oil fields for Cheney's old company, Halliburton. Others thought Bush Jr. was trying to handle his father's unfinished business from the first Gulf War. I warmed my video camera inside my coat, shot a few minutes, then gave it up. We milled around, circling and freezing, and stomping our feet and thwacking our hands together before crawling back into the subway. The organizers numbered us at 3 or 400,000. No, wait, 3 or 4,000. Yeah, okay. Which seemed a lot until we read that 3 million came out in Rome, 1.5 million in Madrid, 1 million in London. All those people who had been horrified when they saw the planes hit the towers, were taking to the streets to beg us to stay home. Spain's Prime Minister, Anzar, and Britain's Tony Blair would be casualties later, kicked out of office at the first chance people got for being Bush's little warmongering lapdogs. Mama, where'd you go? Mama, what you doing? No. Okay, fine, I feed you. Come. No. Here. Don't be stupid. You know this is where your food is, don't you? Or you want attention? No. Okay, Mama, come see the people. We have like 2 pages till the end of the section. Okay, so that's not what you wanted. Momo, look, it's your food. Yeah, there you go. All right. So you were all edgelords when you were TIFs? Okay. Right. Maybe it would have been different if we'd come back the next day and the next day and the next, paralyzing our cities like they'd do later in Egypt and Tunisia, and a couple times a year in France, but maybe not. When it came to Bush, news analysts had been using the word unilateral since he had withdrawn from the ABM treaty and the Kyoto Protocol. After the UN wouldn't approve his dirty little war, he tried to blame the French. Bush offered an address stating we'd go it alone to protect ourselves. And the new buzzword was preventative, as in quote unquote preventative war. It had ripples around the world, but instead of deposing tyrants, it unleashed them. While the global media had its eyes on Iraq, Cuba took its own preventative action, tossing 75 people in jail, including 29 independent journalists, a bunch of human rights activists, and a couple of people who had set up libraries in their houses with banned books like Animal Farm. They'd rot in jail for a decade. In Russia, Putin went after his own enemies. There were a few more days of international protests against the war, but they were bigger in Europe than in the United States, especially once bombs started falling on March 19th. In New York, 200,000 took to the streets, half the number of the month before. Oh, sorry, 200,000. Oh, yeah, okay. So the before must have been 300,000 or 400,000 that she said, right? I love how like half the women who show like most of the women who show up, first of all, are lesbians. And then like half of them are desisted or detrans or whatever. Like literally when I created this channel, I never would have imagined that I would have like 5 detrans people at a time in my live chats just like talking about shit. Well, I don't know if there's 5 of you, but if Dragon was here, there'd be more. Okay. No, not people. Women. Fuck. Women. I don't mean people. I mean women. Okay. Okay. Feedback here again. Okay. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, so those 200,000 took to the streets, half the number of the month before. The war didn't go well. American troops had promised it would go quickly, and they would be greeted by Iraqi kids handing them bouquets of flowers, but they just weren't. Some even fired back, and pretty quickly soldiers were changing their view of Iraqis from poor oppressed victims to enemy combatants. You could tell Iraq was going to be another Palestine or Belfast, only bigger. I had cousins in the military, and they were sent over. My sister Kim had a troubled kid who didn't want to finish school or find a job, and she made him join the army too, even though it meant hiding his history of mental illness. I could imagine all too well what the country was doing in my name. Rachel identifies me. Okay. No, don't leave me. No, she's had her food. She's gonna go for a walk now. Okay, do you want me to open the door for you? Okay. Well, she's been here for 3 hours, so she has to go and like observe the house. She's like a dog. She every couple hours she has to like walk around the house and check where everyone is and just like sit in the living room and stare at the door for a bit, and then she comes back. Okay. Right. Right, okay. In New York, my friend Al was dying. He'd been in the Navy during Nam and gone to the VA, I think, with an infected toenail. He warned them to be careful. He had diabetes. But they screwed around, and a week later he had an infection and they had to chop off half his foot. There there was the cancer too, lumps growing everywhere. I followed him from hospital to hospital, visiting when I could force myself, which was only every 2 or 3 weeks, though his friends were even worse. Though his other friends were even worse. There was this really good hospital in the Bronx where they'd give you wine with dinner if you wanted, but it was more of a hospice, and he wasn't terminating fast enough for them. So he got the boot and ended up in a nursing home on the Lower East Side. It stank of urine and shit and disinfectant, and the nurses were these evil West Indian women who would just sit around blabbing about what they would do with machetes and gasoline lighters if they caught themselves some faggots, some baddie boys. Like the song said, boom boom bye, and bad man Chi Chi man. It was the first time in my life, in all his life, Al stayed in the closet, and I couldn't save him. Uh, After that, it was back to the VAA, where he swapped smokes with another vet and tried to take a taxi to his apartment, just one last glimpse before he died of the place stacked with photos, the dark room, his home. He crawled up the stairs, but only made it to the fourth or fifth floor before he was crying so hard with pain that his neighbors called an ambulance and it hauled him back. I'd bring him stuff to eat, but he couldn't keep it down. It was the gesture he wanted. Like he'd grab my hand and hang on to it, desperate to be touched with anything resembling kindness. I agreed to put lotion on his back. When I smeared it around, chunks of scaly gray skin came off on my hand. Al, Al. I met his sister, or cousin, or somebody, when he was hooked up to the respirator. Told her how great he was. Used the word gay a few thousand times. They had a memorial service at St. Mark's. Afterwards, his relatives and friends absconded with his rings. Other vultures had already gotten a hold of his estate, which was supposed to benefit queer children. They'd shown his photos of the piers in a lot of exhibits since then, but I didn't think gay kids ever saw a dime. His skin is under my fingernails still. That ash gray wizened back, vulnerable to the hands of enemies. It was a few months after that, in the spring of 2004, that the photos started circulating of all those naked prisoners at Guantanamo Bay and Abu Ghraib, filthy, piled on each other in obscene pyramids, collared like dogs, with U.S. soldiers standing over them, giving a big thumbs up, proud as fishermen with a 10-foot marlin. Lots of Americans seem to think it was okay. If we're good people, anything we do is good too. I reread James Baldwin, who declared it made sense to become, quote, tough and philosophical concerning destruction and death, for this is what most of mankind has been best at since we have heard of man. But it is not permissible that the author of devastation should also be innocent. It is the innocence which constitutes the crime. End quote. I remember fumbling around in my closet for a cigar box that had tarot cards and dusty fossils, a tiny gold cross this girl Lisa gave me at Myers Middle when I was still a 12 years old girl talking quietly about salvation and joy. I loved those fossils, serrated teeth of ancient sharks, remnants of plants I'd gotten from a construction site in Florida once when they had the bulldozers in. I remember them I rolled them around in my hands like bones and tried to imagine time, tried to put things in perspective. This America we live in is just a blip, I told myself, full of tiny transitory creatures. But even a fly, with its life cycle of 30 days or so, from larva to adult, resents the smashing fist. And I was neither the fly nor the fist with my own independent fate. I was powerless to stop anything, but still a part of the destruction, like the tail on a rampaging bull. Faustina called in tears. America was getting too much like Cuba. Anna couldn't stop talking about Bush. We were what we were doing to the Constitution. Oh my God, is this why they moved to France? I bet you this is why they moved to France. Shudders and queer. A possible person. Be kind to yourself. Like, I'm sure the queerios have already been assholes to you about sexuality and crap like that. Like, don't beat yourself up or put pressure and expectations on yourself. I don't know. It's easy to say that. Just I'm feeling warm feelings towards you. Don't be mean to yourself. Okay. Okay. Right. Where were we now? Yeah, I think this must be why they moved to France. Because like her literally like her Twitter now in 2022 says she lives in Paris still. So I'd look at her tortured face while her mouth moved and big heart broke. She read all the papers of the world, wrote little, watched the news full of the battered bodies of all those men while we stood and watched. What did that silence make us? What were we doing to Iraq? What were we making of the kids we sent over there? The bulletin boards were full of Bush bashers, but this wasn't entirely on him. The problem was all of us, offering our submission and consent by our silence. Which was like Cuba, too. Nobody called for a demo, nobody took to the streets like they had trying to prevent the Iraq War, or even for Diallo or Matthew Shepard. I was as bad as anybody. I wrote a couple of articles, but what I really wanted was for Anna to shut up already, but she never did. It was unbearable. I'd have chewed off my paw, left it in the trap to get it out of there. I stood it for another year, rooting for the underdog Red Sox in the playoffs with the Yankees, hoping their victory was a sign. But Bush was reelected. Pro torture Alberto Gonzales was confirmed as Attorney General of the United States. Quote unquote, let's go to Paris for a year, I said finally. A couple of days later, we started looking for a swap. It didn't take long, though. Veronique tried to call us out on it once she saw our place. Quote, you understand my apartment is very small, end quote. Quote unquote, we get it. Quote unquote, really small compared to this. Quote unquote, it's not a problem. Quote unquote, the whole thing could fit into your living room twice. I applied for a Schengen visa, but shut myself in the car with Berlitz tapes snickering at the sound of my voice made in French. I loaded up an iPod with Cuban music and bluegrass. From Catherine, I borrowed Johnny Cash and that Icelandic art rocker Bjork. Tried to find shoes that weren't sneakers so at least we wouldn't stick out as tourists. Bought tapes for the video camera, speakers for the iPod, backed up the computers. We gave a neighbor our car, shoved everything of value into one closet between us, and went. That's it, the end of section 3. So this is what we have left of the book. From 201 to 235. So only 35 pages left. That's about an hour and a half of reading. So that's going to be the next reading. So we can hang out and chat, but I'm fucking done reading for today. The words were not sounding good at the end, you might have noticed. It's getting real Canadian up in here with all these maple. In my juice box. Upon why my typos, grow what a feel. I love how y'all are telling a possible person that she's valid. Well, I don't know what she is, but I'm just mean, like, don't beat yourself up. Like, whatever it is, you'll be okay. Are you American, possible person? Oh, yo, Grey Witch is here. What's up? It's been a while. Holy shit, it's almost 9. No wonder I'm falling asleep. Okay. We better wrap this up because, like, I'm sure it'll just evolve. Rachel says, is there a good resource for background info on this book? Yo, let's talk about that. Okay. So, this book is linked in the description, the Goodreads about this book. Also, the author is on Twitter. Okay. So her Twitter is Kelly at large. Yeah, I know, but didn't you like just get home from work? At large. You couldn't have been here earlier, right? Okay. So that's her Twitter if you want to look her up. Honestly, I thought that she was like a TRA-ish. Not like necessarily TRA, but like, sympathetic to the queer bullshit. But there's like several things in the book. Like, okay, for one, she doesn't mention radical feminism. If she was like an actual TRA, I'm pretty sure she would be like attacking those women, right? And then also, I didn't really look, but some of the guys looked while I was reading, and they said that on her Twitter she has retweeted stuff that's like pro JK Rowling and whatever. So basically, she's a TERF. It's like unsurprising and very nice because I'm sure there's a ton of lesbian activists from like the 80s and 90s who have bought into all this crap, but very low key about it. That makes sense. I think my roommate's listening to Symphony X. I'm pretty sure Symphony X is going to come to Montreal and we're going to drive to see them. I'm very excited. I've never been to like a real metal concert before. I don't know if symphonic metal counts as metal. Yeah, so what we have conjectured is that this book was published in 2014. Wasn't 2014 the last year of Mishfest? A bunch of these women were saying like they peaked around the time of the Mishfest shit, and somebody, I think it was Blood Moon, Montreal has the best metal scene. I mean, I believe you, but it's been COVID, so Uh, hopefully, like in the spring and summer, things will kind of open back up and go back to normal, and I can like go to like some fucking musical something, like an outdoor jazz fest at least, like for fuck's sake. Um, anyway, so throughout the book, there's multiple times where she will have like a whole like yeah, she's a low key turf. So this is my like general thoughts on her. Somebody, I think it was Possible Person or Blood Moon. Um, said that she had this article like soon after the Mishfest thing that was like indicating she was peaking. So what I think happened was she wrote this when she was still simping for queer theory, and then she peaked like within a year of it actually getting published, which is unfortunate. Um, I can't imagine being in that situation. I would be very like wow. But yeah, so there's multiple times in this book where she will have like a whole chapter talking about lesbian stuff, and then at the end she'll be like, "And that's why black trans women saved us," or some like, okay, that's like a little hyperbolic, but like this type of concept, you know, um, or where she's like talking about like gay specific stuff, and then was like, it's like yeah, like LGBTQIA or whatever. I'm like, but there is some kind of turfy stuff in here. She gives like 3 shout outs to Valerie Salonis so far in the book. And no, I think she is a turf now. The book is not that turfy, but I think it was you, it was Maple. My bad, Maple. I didn't mean to erase your existence. But when I was reading this book, like, even at the beginning, it was very clear to me that she wrote this book. Um no, you didn't link anything, but you said somebody said whatever. Maple said, I feel invalid. It's very clear to me reading this book that she wrote it thinking, can this be an assigned reading for a queer class in university? Because, like, you know, with like this type of like queer nonfiction, nobody fucking buys it. There's no market for it, especially for lesbians. It's not like a moneymaker. So, like, these queer writers, they literally like write their books specifically to fit into like classes so that they will be like a mandatory reading so that people will buy it. And reading the book, that's what I think she did. Um, which is unfortunate. But I'm guessing her mindset was like, you know, maybe this is kind of like sanitized a bit, but at least they're going to learn about like the women, what they did, who they were, whatever, right? I don't know. There's like no there's very little feminist praxis in this book. The most feminist praxis we've seen is when Anna and Kelly were in Cuba and Anna lost her shit and was like, the women are like whoring themselves out to you because they have no other choice and like you're exploiting them in this kind of thing. This was like the like most rad femme concept in the whole book. She also talks about uh in the apartheid army in South Africa how they were like forcing the gay men to have SRS. Um I don't even know if you could call it SRS because whatever they do when they force you. I don't really think it's like SRS. You know what I mean? I think it's more like intentional mutilation, castration, but who knows? Yeah, so I don't know. Uh, maybe I'll try to reach out to her when I finish the book. Um, like I'm like 1 degree of separation from her and some people, so it's definitely not people, women. It's definitely possible. We'll see. I kind of feel bad now though because I've been like ranting about how she's a TRA like for the whole fucking like until now when some of you were like, she's like around on Twitter, you can like see what she's up to. Lol. Okay. There's some stuff that is like related to the lesbian Avengers that okay. Load, piece of shit. There we go. Okay, so I 1000% for sure need to read this. I really, I feel like certain this must be online for free somewhere. It has 4 ratings. Nobody is fucking reading it on Goodreads. Everything is Goodreads with me. I'm a fucking nerd. So this is the Lesbian Avengers Handbook. It's mentioned obviously in this book. She talks about when they got together to write it, they felt it was powerful, and then a few years later they kind of looked back and some women were like it's embarrassing, other women were like no, it's like daring. Um um yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the handbook. Okay, so they wrote it early on 93. I'm pretty sure that Lesbian Avengers got together in 92 or early 93. I can't remember exactly from the no, 92. They got together in 92. So they published the handbook in 93, which is pretty amazing considering it was just like a small amount of women doing actions, right? Um what was the other thing about the handbook? Oh yeah, that she linked so she and her partner or whatever. She and her partner or whatever had this magazine called The Gully. Like it was like an online magazine in like 2000, the year 2000. And they talk about at some point a lot of it was like links to activist stuff, like different stuff, like to do with like immigration and like wars and like ecology, like random different shit. Like it was like a very diverse. The whole point of The Gully was like queer opinions on everything. That wasn't like initially what it was, but it became that. So, um and she linked to the Lesbian Avengers Handbook, and somebody emailed her being like, "This is gonna scare people away." Yeah, Maple said, "Didn't the Lesbian Avengers actually play a big role in siding with Tim's against Mitchfest?" I've heard this. Um, I hope it's in the book. If it's not, we need to find something to learn about it because I want to know. Like they intentionally brought Tim's onto the land in Lesbian Avengers T-shirts. What? That's insane. Like, okay, but like from those of you who've been here for the like most of the readings, right? What do you think about the Lesbian Avengers? They are not a cohesive group. They are like a group that has like subgroups who just kind of do whatever the fuck. Like, remember the whole thing with the Latino radio stations in New York and how they were homophobic and all of these Latino lesbian groups teamed up with the Lesbian Avengers and they were like, we're gonna make them, regret this and like change their ways and whatever. Like, there was literally like 5 lesbian Avengers involved in that. And then for the outfall or the aftermath of that was enough to be like all the lesbian Avengers are like doing this kind of shit. So, like I was saying before, I'm 100% certain that there were radical feminists or lesbian separatists or whatever. Well, probably not lesbian separatists because the it really seems that the Avengers simped for the men's a lot. But I'm 100% sure that there was some radical feminists or whatever in it who would like voice their concerns. Like almost everything in the book that happens, there's like some women who are against it. Whether they speak out or not is like a thing. But yes, I know it's very depressing. Yeah, Grey Witch said maybe they are TRAs who just call themselves Avengers. That's the thing too, because I don't know what the Avengers was like towards the end, right? And like by the time that Mishfest stuff was happening, hasn't the Avengers been disbanded? Like the let's see, is there like a wiki page of the actual years? Because I think didn't she say it was like 1997 when they disbanded? Like they were only around for a few years. It's interesting knowing so much about the history of the lesbian Avengers. There's not that much content about them. There's like, I think, oh, the Avengers documentary project. It says on the back of the book that she has been like recognized for this. They're the first ones to have done a Dyke March, though. There's like the lesbianavengers.com has like a bunch of history and information on it. Oh yeah, but maybe they were just TRs. Yeah. So what she said was like in the beginning, like who the Avengers were was mostly like um career activists who hadn't done any lesbian stuff really, and just like working class women. She's like that's who the lesbian Avengers were at first. Remember she explained what their jobs were and stuff like that? Oh, Blood Moon, I just deleted one of your comments. I meant to make it visible instead of deleting it. I'm sorry. Wait, view deleted message. Can I undelete it? No, yeah, I don't know how to do that. The message says, "Why the fuck did they do that?" I'm sorry. Okay. Um, totally lost train of my thought. Oh yeah, I agree, Apostle Person. Even if there's no internal trouble, any all-female group of significant size will be attacked extremely viciously from the outside. Yeah, externally. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I very much agree. Um, I mean, Dan, that's your opinion about LGBT Alliance, but honestly, as a lesbian, I look at LGBT Alliance, like the women I know who work in the different LGBT alliances in the different countries, and it's like the number one people who are coming to them and saying, I want resources and services are lesbians. And the women, the people who are creating the resources and services are lesbians. And you know who's in charge? A board of men and women. Like, you probably think it's good and whatever, but I also think it's just like very disorganized. Kind of like the Avengers. When the other chapters popped up, they were like, well, I guess we should try and keep in contact with them somehow. Like, I don't know. Rachel says, I think internalized misogyny plays a significant role in women's groups eventually caving in on themselves. Oh, I was talking about the makeup of the groups. So yeah, at the beginning it was like women who had like a lot of activist experience and like working class women and like a couple of like professionals with money. That was the original Avengers, right? And she said like remember she came and left like twice from the Avengers. But like the second time she came back, she said she walked into the room and she was shocked that it was like all like first year white college students who were like middle class looking. And she basically was like, how did they get inaugurated into the group? Like what made them part of us other than like just showing up and like, like what did we do to welcome them or to like symbolize they were like part of us now and like what do we have in common with like all this kind of stuff. And from this statement, I kind of am like, it wasn't very like rigorous who could and couldn't join. So like I totally believe a bunch of TRAs could join, but didn't it get disbanded in like 1997? So like whoever these lesbian Avengers were, when did that happen? That they were bringing them into Mishfest? It was like after 2010, right? Oh my god, the wiki page is so interesting. It says covering the 1993 March on Washington for lesbian, gay, and bi rights and liberation. Eloise Salholtz believed the lesbian Avengers were so popular because they were founded at a moment when lesbians were increasingly tired of working on issues like AIDS and abortion while their own problems went unsolved. Most importantly, lesbians were frustrated with invisibility in society at large and invisibility and misogyny in the LGBT community. Yeah, I'm actually really shocked she hasn't a single time mentioned misogyny in the LGBT community. That's why I'm like, I think she's trying to sell it to the queers. Because to point out the misogyny in the queer community, like even then, it's the exact same shit now. It'd probably be threatening to the men, right? Um, but yeah, I wanted to see what year it disbanded. I'm literally just gonna Google what year did the Lesbian Avengers disband. Or actually, can I search? I'm gonna search the word disband on here. It just keeps talking about like when they started, what are some of the stuff they did. They officially dissolved in 1997. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so when did this thing at Mishfest happen? Gresham's Law, where bad money drives out good, starts with, yeah. Same principle for mixed groups. The lesbians are always driven out. Yes. Well, remember when those bi women showed up and were like harassing them and being like, you should change it to like les bi and Avengers so that we're like included. And they're like, literally, lesbians are allowed to come and take part in, or bis are allowed to come and take part in actions. You just need to understand that this is like a lesbian focused group. If like you can come and do the shit with us, but it's like for lesbians. Um, like imagine if they had let them like yeah, imagine if they had let them in. I don't know. Maple says it turned into a quote unquote scandal because a bunch of the Mitchfest attendees noticed the Tim naturally and got upset. And apparently someone told him something like, I have a knife and I will defend myself, end quote. And after that he said, quote unquote, I was threatened with violence, OMG. Yes, Rachel says Tim's no and get off on violating women's boundaries. Completely true. It did happen in 1999. Maple, how old are you? How do you know all this? Is it from Tumblr and talking to like I know there was a couple of like there was at least 2 blogs on Tumblr that were like older women who had been to Mishfest who wrote like long form stories about what stuff that happened there. Is that where you got this information? Exactly. Blood Moon says Bi's should have done their own thing. Exactly. Mid 30s. Okay. So you're like a bit older than me. Um, yeah. I agree, Dan. Like, I think we need to have alternatives to Stonewall and Egal Canada and all of this, like, GLAD and all these, like, captured orgs. But I just think, like, if you actually want it to be sustainable and to not just be about end up being about money or whatever, you need to like respect the women who are doing all the work. And I feel it's like everything is always like, oh, it's like the LGB. Well, it's like I get that, but you can like recognize the lesbians and like act accordingly. Like I don't know. Anyway, like at the end of the day, Dan, I'm like a lesbian separatist. I'm not going to be like yay men like in any situation. So that's probably the best answer you're going to get out of me. Cass says the same thing that irritates me about the ace community bugs me about my own community. They act like pre-established groups are obligated to platform them because people know more about them. Paul's person says, "Why can't they just be bisexual League of Justice? That sounds cool. Don't have to bomb the lesbian parade in a childish insistence on being included in everything." Yeah, I think bi rad femmes should like totally get together and get their shit together because like I think it's really important to be an example of like, look, I acknowledge I'm attracted to both men and women, um, and I like center women in my life, and I only date women or whatever it is, and to like have your feminist praxis with other women who are the same as you, who have the same experience, whatever, who are bi. Yeah, I think that would be good. Oh yeah, ace is bullshit. I know. Like, I don't know. Anyway, okay, I need to sign off. I'm so fucking tired. But tomorrow, okay, let's wrap things up. So tomorrow, the book is dedicated to Anna, and she talks about her a lot, which is like understandable because she's her partner. But I feel like she's gonna die at the end of the book, and I'm very upset. I don't know why I feel that way. I have no information about it, but part four, 199. Right. I said it started at 200. Okay, so tomorrow we are reading this much of the book. It looks like a lot, but it's like 35 pages. So that should take about 90 minutes based on my usual reading time. Then I have to do something at 2. So I might start streaming at like early in the morning, like 8 or 9 or something. Well, my time zone. Then, and when we were done the book, I know I was all like, one book at a time and I'm trying to read nonfiction, whatever. Okay. We are going to read Murder in the Collective by Barbara Wilson. Apparently, it's like a murder mystery. Every fucking lesbian recommends it to me. Benji, you read very fast, even if you comment. You should see me reading when I don't use my lips. I'm a very, very fast reader. Like with like average fantasy novel size books, like here, like with this size like a book, I when I read like a lot, I get to like a page a minute. I just feel like I don't know, especially today. Like, what did we read about in this book? We read about people getting tortured, people getting murdered, 9/11, the war. Like, this book was actually like she was talking about the black man being lynched. Like, holy shit! Like, as I was reading it, I was like, this is like a kind of heavy book. Okay, so I was like, you know what? Before we delve into lesbian psychologies, which I assume will be very like heavy, why don't we read this? It's not that long. It's like 200 pages. It based on my usual reading speed, I think we should be able to finish this in like. Well, I don't. I could sit and read this for like 4 hours tomorrow night, so we could finish this in like the next 4 days or something. We'll see. I mean, be thankful, possible person. Uh, like you saved yourself. I don't know if Tumblr is like a malicious thing. Isn't it just like the way it's designed? Like the fact that there's like no timestamps and no date stamps and like everything is based on like number of reposts and like what I think it's like the way it's designed and the fact that it's all like mostly like 13-year-olds on there has like really warped everything. Yeah. Um I don't know, man. As a lesbian, I'm like I want to have my own lesbian shit. If you want to have your own bi shit, that seems reasonable to me. Like, I don't know why I would want to be in that. Like, you should do your own thing. And if you want to, like, if you want me to come to something to, like, help you guys with, like, whatever, like, tell me and I'll, like, that's would be my perception of the whole thing. But yeah, that's great, Rachel, that you've been wanting to read this. Okay, Rachel, do you think this is gonna be like scary and horror-y? I kind of hope so. I like really gruesome shit. um. Oh yeah, Cass says I used to say I would date a Tim, but if I'm being honest, it was absolutely for woke points. Yeah, like I feel that, bro. I didn't do that, but actually, maybe I did. You know what? Because when I was quite young, um, for you, it's not very hardcore. Well, that makes sense. But okay, let's read some of like the stuff on this book. Okay, so Murder in the Collective. Pam Nilsson, Seattle's most subversive sleuth. Wait, so is it like a series about this like Pam Wilson lady? Holy shit. Is this the first in a series? I'm so excited now. I love series. This is like I'm the same with movies and TV. I actually kind of hate movies because it's like I get emotionally invested and then like in an hour or two it's over and that's like disappointing. I love TV shows. I'm the same with books. Like if you look at my bookshelf, it's all like stacks of series. I love series. I don't like getting invested and then the book is over and that's it. If this is a series about a sleuth, I'm gonna fucking like be very happy. Okay. Murder in the Collective, a Who Done It, London Times. Then there's like a blurb. Wilson has created one of the most interesting detectives in the genre today. Okay, when was this published? For oh my god. So a friend actually lent this to me. I'm not going to tell you her name, but there is like somebody signed this book and they said they gave it to her in 1992. When was this book? Oh, originally this is in Norwegian. It's translated to English. Very interesting. Pam Nilsson is Mysteries. Pam Nilsson. There's also Sisters of the Road and The Dog Collar Murder. Holy shit. Rachel, I'm very excited. Well, also all of you, but like, you know. Isn't there automatic subtitles on this? I thought I turned them on. No? I thought I thought I went through all of my things and turned it on. It's not on? Okay, well, I'll fuck around with it more before I start streaming tomorrow. I'm very sorry. I sat down today and looked up how you do it and I went through all my scheduled live streams and I thought I turned it on. Um Okay, well, I'm sorry. I will try. So the book is 30 years old. No, yeah, I want to see what actual year it's published in. Published in 1984. Ooh, distributed. The publisher is from Toronto. Okay. Or like the sub publisher. I don't fucking understand how this what this says. Ooh, listen, there's like a dedication at the beginning of the book. It's very interesting. Yes, Rachel, we will do a thing. Oh wait, didn't you say tomorrow is the day? Maybe Rachel and I are gonna live stream tomorrow. Who knows? Let's talk about it. We will definitely do a thing. Well, like whenever there's like time. It's not like a rush. Like we're both around. There are subtitles once the live is finished, I think. No, 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 I know. But like I've definitely watched live streams where there are subtitles while it's live streaming. Like Google is powerful. It can do that shit. Um Oh, I see what you're saying, Dan. What do you guys think about this? A bunch of you are Tumblrites. Oh, Grey Witch, that's fucked. I'm sorry that made you like question things because you bought into the gender shit. You're like the ghost of Christmas future to the tiffs. Okay, I'm gonna read the dedication just because it's interesting. My thanks to all those who read Murder in the Collective in manuscript form for their help, especially to Evelyn C. White, Janet Latham, J.T. Stewart, and Ruthin Robson. I am, as always, grateful to Rachel De Silva for her enthusiasm and festive spirit, to Faith Conlon for her painstaking and inspiring editing, to Deborah Brown for her designer's skill and sense of humor, and to Workshop Printers, the collective that would not die. This book is dedicated to them and to the people of the Philippines in their struggle for self-determination. What the fuck is Workshop Printers? Chapter 1. It was early June and raining hard. Okay, that's it. Let's read the back of the book. Ooh, the Women's Review of Books. You know, there's this like feminist who like has published a book that is like a feminist review of movies, and I think she reviewed like 100 movies or something, and it's like really interesting. Anyway, just reading the back of this reminded me of that. I'll find her shit and talk about it someday. Also, I need to talk about Linda Blade's book someday, and also I need to have Linda Blade on the channel. I mean, we'll see. Everything in time. Okay. Um, I already like the first sentence. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, we can all be 100% sure that her writing will be more comprehensible with Linda Blade. I fucking love her. She's amazing. I love her so much. Um, there are few mystery novels that invite repeated immersion. Their complex pleasures go beyond the simple satisfaction of solving a puzzle. The Pam Nilsson series falls into this category. Maureen Reedy, The Woman's Review of Books. Okay. Introducing. This is by Barbara Ehrenreich. Ehrenreich. Why do I know that name? She must be another author, right? Introducing Pam Nilsson and her twin sister Penny and the Best Printing Collective, a Seattle print shop hovering on the brink of a merge with a lesbian-owned B, Violet typesetting. When sabotage and murder erupt, Pam follows a trail of suspects ranging from the politically correct to the sexually intriguing and discovers as much about her own heart as about who done it. So that's like the blurb, I guess. Then this is by the Barbara Ehrenreich. Engrossing as a mystery and moving as a story of a woman's awakening to the many connections, intimate and global, between women, hard to put down. The Village Voice said, the action never lets up. The writing is taut and smart. Utna Reader says, Wilson suddenly weaves politics into griping plot. I really hope it's like very rad femmy. Barbara Wilson is the author of 5 mysteries, including she won the British Crime Writers Association Award for the Best Mystery Set in Europe and the Lambda Literary Award for Best Lesbian Mystery. Cool. Yeah, so we'll start it tomorrow. I guess that this is supposed to be like Seattle then. OMG. I tried to read like one. I was really into like gay, like murder mystery romances, like with men for like many years as a teenager. And I tried to like read books set in Toronto and they were all shit. And I was like, I want to read about a city I know. I don't know. Linda Blade, does she have big plans? Yeah, she's the president of Athletics Alberta. I didn't know this, but athletics apparently in this form refers specifically to track and field. So she's like the president of Track and Field Alberta. She was like elected to that position. She has like a duty to represent the coaches under her. And she they want they have sex segregated sports in Alberta in athletics specifically because of her. Like she wrote it into policy. And like people on federal levels have tried to say that she's like breaking the law or whatever the fuck bullshit. And she is just like, no, she knows what's up. She's protecting women. And that's the end of it. She's fucking a badass. I love her. Oh, the movie reviewing woman. You mean Aline Cormier, right? Okay. So I need to wrap this up because I am like falling asleep. I will see you guys tomorrow at the crack of dawn, and I will try my very hardest to make sure that the subtitles are working. I don't know what I did wrong. I'll double check before I start streaming tomorrow. Okay. Thank you guys for coming. Um, see you tomorrow. Yeah, Aline Cormier. I've met her. She's a Canadian. Okay. Um, yeah, have a great night, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay. Bye. Oh, bye, Grey Witch. And Possible Person. And Rachel. And Maple. And Dan. And Kaz. And all the other guys. Blood Moon, obviously. Night.